spot where the real ones breathe. Knowledge in the forefront, wisdom underneath. Bro, you carrying life, sit down, decompress. This room built for men who survive every test. We talk purpose, pressure, peace and the grind. How to stay solid when the world wants your mind. Young cats listen cause the wisdom hit different. OGs nod cause the message stay consistent. No ego in a room, just truth, no flex. Real brotherhood, grown talk nothing less. We sharpen each other, iron cut through the noise. A space for grown men, not grown boys. Real men, real talk, step aside, unwind. Barbershop talk, sharp lines for the mind. Brothers link up cause the space feel right. Blizzardabroad, giving real men a mic. Strength in the circle, that's respect in motion. Exhale today, tomorrow we move with devotion. This is Blizzardabroad. Barbershop talk, real man, real talk. Real man, real talk, step inside, unwind. Barbershop talk, sharp lines for the mind. Brothers link up cause the space feel right. Blizzardabroad, giving real men the mic. Strength in the circle, that's respect in motion. Exhale today, tomorrow we move with devotion. This is Blizzardabroad, yeah. Barbershop talk.
Salute. Welcome to Barbershop Talk. How y'all doing out there? Can y'all hear me? Let me know if y'all can hear me, man. Put a 1 in the chat. But anyway, welcome, man. It's good to see y'all again. It's good to see people in here. So salute to the 4 people in the building so far. Barbershop Talk. Do me a favor, right off the jump. You're going to do it right off the jump. If you have a channel, if you are a content creator, type MINE in the chat. Nightbot will drop your channel link and let everybody support you. Do not be ashamed to promote yourself here. That's what we do here in the small community. We support each other. This is the positive Manosphere, so we support each other here, man. Today's topic is, 3 pillars to positivity. And I'm talking about real positivity. Not that fluffy guru stuff, the Instagram positivity, man. I'm talking about real, grounded, real life positivity, man. Positivity that will help you, when you're going through tough times, when you going through it, man, when you're in the mud and trying to get out. That's real positivity. Not this positivity that's talking like, oh, the world is bright and it's only flowers and, that's not real life, man. Real life, man, you go through shit. You go through things. You go through breakups. You go through job changes. You get knocked down. How are you going to get back up? How are you going to maintain, your life while you're going through shit, man? Because we all go through it. Like, I'm a positive person. I push positivity. I push the positive Manosphere. That doesn't mean I don't go through shit. That doesn't mean I haven't been through some really hard times. You know what I'm saying? But it's all about your outlook and the things that you practice daily, to be able to come out the other side of that, man. So I'm not just talking about, smile through life and everything will be all right. A lot of people talk about, just be positive mindset. That's BS. I don't believe in that. Man. I believe in everyday actionable things that you have to do in order to maintain a positive lifestyle, positive mindset, and have positive outcomes. And that's what we're all about, man. Because for real, you could go anywhere. You could go anywhere. You could be anywhere on YouTube right now, listening to negativity, listening to BS. So I appreciate y'all for showing up here to talk about positivity, because that's what I'm going to talk about. That's what I'm going to talk about. There's enough people out there, talking about negative things, man. Drama, sex, money, and drugs. There's enough people talking about that. So, we could get into it if y'all want to. I'll talk about anything. It's barbershop. It's barbershop talk. Y'all know once I open it up, we could talk about anything. But for my segment of it, I'm going to talk about positivity, man. So y'all pull up, get comfortable. I won't be up here, I don't want to posture to y'all. I don't want to preach and get on a soapbox, man. I just want to, put a little bit of positivity out there in the world, man. Hopefully somebody needs to hear it. Somebody can use it. Somebody could take it, what I say, reframe it, and tell it to somebody else, whatever y'all want to do with it, man. But we need to spread more positivity, real positivity. Like I said, positivity that's going to help you when you down. Not ignoring the negative things in life, but getting through the negative things in life. So I want to talk about 3 pillars. And the 3 pillars of positivity is accountability, forward momentum, and a positive mindset. You know what I'm saying? So I'm going to break them down. I got my notes here. So I'm going to break them down. And not in no guru talk, man. Just everyday life, man. Because we just regular people, man. Even the people you see on YouTube, just regular people, man. I bust my ass today. I had a hard day today, man. I'm a blue collar worker, man. I'm nobody special. I'm nobody, man. Like, I'm just a regular guy, and I just want to share what I can with y'all, So salute to Kamal. Kamal, what up, bro? It's good to see you in here, man. Salute. If y'all stick around, I got something special coming at the end of the show, man. If y'all here, even if you're not here, man, I got something for y'all, man. My comments are still lagging. I changed service providers and everything today, so I'm on a new service. So hopefully, this one. Hey, if y'all see me buffering, let me know, man, because that's kind of why I changed services. Because I was buffering. But I see y'all over here, man. So, Adam, I see you, brother. How you doing, man? He says, you must cut out the noise. There it is. There you go. You must cut out the noise of the world, reflecting on what matters to you. Then make small, consistent steps towards your goals. It starts by making the best of each day. That's from Adam, man. So salute to Adam. Silent Bill, a troll. A picture of a troll too. He says, "What kind of man writes a song about another man?" You can't get that nigga his phone. Here we go. Nah. I salute and I support the people that support me. You know what I'm saying? So if you're not like that, it is what it is, man. That's a fire song too, bro. And you can't say it's not, man. That's a fire song, bro. And that's for all of us. That song is for all of us. You know what I mean? Ryan, what up, man? It's good to see you in here, brother. How you doing, man? Desmond, what's up, man? It's good to see you. Chris Styles, he says, what up, Blizz? You good? Yeah, I'm good. T. Marsh says, what up, Blizz? Unfortunately, some people don't seem to like positivity, only negativity. Yeah, I don't, that's the world we live in today. That's the world, man. Some people go around wherever they can and try to push their negativity on the other people, but it ain't gonna work here. It's not gonna work here, man. The things I've been through in my life, the things I've seen in my life, you think somebody on YouTube is gonna knock me down? Like, it's rough out here in the real world. It is rough out here in the real world, man. Adam says, I'm feeling rough today, but still got up planning to make the best of it. Absolutely, my brother. Absolutely, man. And that's how we do it every day. That's how we do it every day, man. So I'm glad that y'all showed up here tonight, man. Let the trolls know, man. We ain't gonna react negatively to them. It's not gonna be comfortable here, man, because it's all positivity, man. It's all the community over here, man. I mean, we angels? Nah, we not angels. We definitely not angels. We seen some things. We've been through some things in life, man, and we still going through it. But, so pillar number 1 was accountability, man. And it's another word that people don't like. People don't like accountability, man. You know what I mean? And when I talk about accountability, man, I'm not talking about just, taking the blame for stuff, man. It's not just about blame. I'm talking about taking your power back. Accountability is your power. Sounds weird, But hear me out. Hear me out, man. All right? If everything that happened to you in your life, everything bad that happened to you in your life is caused by somebody else, whether it's an ex, whether it's the government, whether it's society, co-worker, family, if everything that ever happened to you is somebody else's fault, you know, none of your doing, you know, then the solution must also lay with them. Like, am I wrong about that? Because obviously, if everything that happened to you in your life is caused by somebody else, then you have no control over your life. Because you know, when we take accountability for things, you know, we be real with ourselves, you know, we give ourselves the opportunity to fix our flaws. But you have to acknowledge your flaws. And that's one thing a lot of people these days do not want to do. You know, by denying accountability, you are denying yourself the power to get better, to fix where you fuck up at. How do you get better if you refuse to acknowledge your shortcomings? If you refuse to acknowledge the things that you need to work on in life? Accountability has to be number one. It has to be. There's no other way around it. You know, if we be real with ourselves, man, you know, accountability is always going to be number one in my book. Being able to look in the mirror and say, nah, that's where you fucked up at. And if it's somebody else's fault, you know, if somebody else caused you pain, caused you suffering, you know, it's all right to acknowledge their role in your suffering, you know. But taking accountability is also giving yourself the opportunity to move forward. The next step is on you, right? If it's all somebody else's fault, then you're waiting for them to fix it. You know, you're waiting for them to apologize before you make the next step. You're waiting for them, you know, to come back and make it right before you make the next step. Take accountability, right? Own your role in it, own your part, right? But also own the next step. That's on you. It's not on anybody else. Silent Bill, yeah, see? Peace, bro. Peace. Up out of here, bro. The trolls don't work. The trolling don't work here, man, because you're not going to trigger me. There's nothing anybody can say to me online that's really going to trigger me, man. I've been through too much shit in life, man. Ryan says, I'm doing good, still putting in the work. I see you, man. Absolutely, man. Adam says, I can't fix the world, just work on myself. That's it, man. Just work on yourself, man. Right? Hopefully, you know, that'll put you, honestly, when you do get to a higher place, you know, it gives you more ability to help other people. The better you do, the more opportunity you have to help someone else, man. No one is perfect. Absolutely, man. Kamal says, from Red Lobster to Holiday Inn, I strive to leave only positive reviews. I only leave negative feedback in severe cases where I want to prevent future occurrence. I feel you, because I'm kind of the same way, man. I don't think I've ever left a negative review. I just don't return. And it's more word of mouth, you know what I mean? If I have a bad experience, you know, I'm going to tell the people around me, don't frequent that establishment. But, you know, I'm not going to go all online shitting on some place. I would have to have a horrible experience to do that. You know, so. Let me know what y'all think about the first pillar. Accountability, man. It's at an all-time low, too. It's at an all-time low, you know. Salute, Silent Bill. He says, you're cool. I'm done trying to trigger you. You got good stuff. I apologize. I prejudged you. If you really mean that, bro, like, you're welcome here, man. Like, you're welcome here, bro. This, like I said, man, this is a community. We could talk about anything, bro. Once I open up the panel, people have been in here and talked about their problems, and we've tried to help them. That's all it's about here, man. That's all it's about. And I support the people that support me. And that's it. That's it. I support people that support me, man. But yeah, let me know what y'all think about pillar number 1, because I want you guys' feedback, man. Like I feel sometimes I do feel weird up here just giving my point of view all the time, man, because I want the community to speak. Don't forget, man, I let y'all talk, and a lot of times, like when I first started this, I got pushback for just letting people talk and say things, man, but I realized that, even if I disagree with somebody, even if I disagree with what they're saying, the message that they're saying, man, it may not be for me. It may not be for my ears. So I'm not going to block somebody else from hearing something that they may need to hear. Even if it is some bullshit. Maybe they just need to hear how stupid it sounds. You know what I mean? So I'm gonna just let people talk, man. Unless it's offensive to somebody else, man, I'll let people talk, man. Because like I said, the message may not be for me. Somebody else may need to hear that message. So like I said, when I open it up, anybody's welcome. As long as you're not gonna say no crazy stuff, get my channel took down, or purposely offend people, man. And my channel has been like that since I started live streaming. Kamal is right. It would have to be asinine. I wouldn't want it to happen to the next patron. Yeah, absolutely. Juice, what up, bro? Checking in. Salute, bro. Accountability creates the strongest foundation. Absolutely, man. Being accountable is like, man, it's not easy, man. It's not easy, man, unless you practice it. I'll be the first one to say when I fuck up. Sometimes you don't realize you're fucking up, but then when you realize it, it's like, oh yeah, my bad, I fucked up. I do it at work. I try to do it in all my relationships. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I try my best, man, to just be accountable. And it's freeing. It's kind of freeing, man, when you think about it, man. Nobody can hold nothing over your head if you just own up to the shit. You're not hiding nothing. You're just being real. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I did. Trying to sneak around and do sneaky shit and, try to get away with stuff. And nah, man, just be real. Own up to your role and move on, man. Move forward. I'm not saying nothing. I'm not saying anything that's, rocket science. This is everyday life. Everyday life, man. All right? So we don't need 10 steps. You don't need to be a fucking guru, You just gotta keep it real, man. That's why I call this Barbershop Talk. I ain't preaching to nobody. I don't want to preach to nobody. I'm not perfect. I fuck up all the time, man. I have bad days all the time. Positive as you can be, you're still gonna have a bad day. You know what I'm saying? Bad things are still gonna happen to you, to the people around you, to your loved ones, to your friends. Like, that's just the world we live in. You can't get away from that. What are you gonna do when it happens? How are you gonna get through it? Like I'm noticing, like, a lot of people today, a lot of grown people are on like antidepressant medication, anxiety medication. I'm like, yo, I never realized how many people around me were actually on all these mood altering drugs, man. And maybe some of them need it, but I don't think everybody or that many people have a chemical imbalance that they need to be on all these medications, man. These fucking doctors are handing out like candy. So instead of doing the work, doing simple steps, people are running to go get on medication and have the medication do the work for them. I think a lot of it is unnecessary, but that's my opinion. That's just my opinion. You know, because every time you talk positivity, like Thomas said, you know, nobody wants to hear it, man. Nobody wants to hear it. My bad, Thomas. I skipped this one. I skipped some comments. So here we go. Expert says, hold yourself accountable and responsible for actions. Blaming others is nothing but excuses. Yeah, and you're giving away your power, man. You're giving away your power, bro. You are, man. Like I said, man. If you're just gonna let life happen to you, and you don't have no control over it, man, just lay down, roll over, and let the world have its way. Just let the world have its way. Toot it up. Just toot it up for the world to have its way with you, man. And I refuse to do it. I refuse to do that, man. Thomas said, I wouldn't be able to look at myself in the mirror if I went around blaming everybody else for my mishaps. But we see it. I know. We see it. And we see a lot of grown men doing it. A lot of grown men, a lot of grown women doing this today. And it's crazy. Expat said, you must cut out the negative people in life. I'm not talking about those who learn from their mistakes. Yeah, man. A lot of negativity in this world, man. I'm sorry, man. For some reason, man, I'm still having trouble with this chat, man. I can see it on YouTube. It's moving on YouTube, but in StreamYard, it's lagging for some reason. It'll catch up. It'll catch up. Honestly, I think it started doing that when I started using OBS. So maybe that has something to do with it, man. All right, pillar number 2. Pillar number 2 is forward momentum. And that's straightforward. You hear it a lot. Stack wins, stack small wins. I say it a lot. Stack small wins, man. You know. But this is where life, honestly, this is where life gets built. This step right here, man, this is where life gets built. Real life. This is where, you know, real dreams start coming to fruition. You know what I mean? Stacking small wins, building momentum, forward momentum in life, man. You know, there's too many people are waiting for the right time, the right opportunity, you know, the right person, you know, instead of just doing little shit every day. Instead of doing small things every day, a small step, a small goal, right? You're too busy looking at imagining the building already built, when we could be just, you know, placing one brick a day. Because that's how it's built. It's built brick by brick. Whatever you want in life is built brick by brick. If I can only do one brick today, that's all I could do. That's all I got the energy. That's all I got the time for. Is one brick a day. And so be it. But at least I got one in. At least I got one brick in. You know. I just started trying to learn the guitar, man. That shit's hard as hell. I don't have a lot of time. I got a lot of shit going on. But I got 10 minutes a day. I got 10 minutes a day to practice. Sometimes that's all I could do. It's 10 minutes. You know, the guy that's helping me out, he said just do 10 minutes a day, man. I know you're busy. Just do 10 minutes. You know, some days it's 10. Some days it's an hour. You know, but I'm doing something. I'm gonna take a step toward my goal every day. Like I said, 10 minutes don't sound like a lot, but 10 minutes added up over time will help me get to the goal of being able to play these songs myself on that guitar. That's my goal. Little by little, I'm gonna get there, man. You know, so stop waiting for the right time. Stop waiting for just the right opportunity. You know, we need to be creating a momentum in our life, positive momentum. You know, not the other way around. Not waiting waiting for others to do it for us. You know, waiting for all the pieces to line up. When has all the pieces ever lined up in any of our lives? When? When have all the pieces ever lined up correctly? And you didn't have to take a chance. You didn't have to, lose something, whether it's time, energy, or effort. It all takes something, man. Try to catch up on these comments loaded up. Thomas says, God gave us 2 ears and 1 mouth for a reason. We have to listen more than we talk to people. Yeah. That's in my skill set. Is listening, man. Listening. I'd be like, Blizz, I can't believe you let that guy get up there and say that and say that. I said, it's not hard for me to listen, man. Don't mean I believe it all. Don't mean I'm taking it all in all the time, But I could let people talk without needing to be right, without needing to interject. Sometimes I do, but, for the most part, let people talk, man. And if it's BS, it'll reveal itself. It'll reveal itself, man. If it was easy, everybody would be happy. Yeah. But I think everybody, if they made the effort, could be a little bit more happier. Some people don't make the effort at all, Absolutely. Did I choose love today? Snowman Yankee 777, salute. Welcome to Blizzard Abroad. Hey, again, if you have a channel, type MINE in the chat. Mine, MINE. Let Nightbot drop your channel. We'll come. We'll support you. If it's good, if it's not good, maybe not. I can't say that. I'll say that, you're free to promote your channel here. However many times you want. If you want to type mine, that's fine. Nightbot will time you out after if you go crazy with it, if you do like 100 of them. But we encourage that here. So don't be shy. Don't be ashamed. Promote yourself here. If people want to click on your link, they'll click on your link. They're not obligated, but you're welcome to do that here, man. I'll definitely check your channel out. And if it's good, I'll promote it. I don't have a problem doing that. That's what people did for me. People are still doing that for me. So salute. Silent Bill says, I'm responsible for over half my problems. You know what I mean? Hey, that's good enough, man. That's good enough. Like I said, it ain't all about just taking the blame all the time, There's some fucked up people in the world that do bad things to other people. What you gonna do now? You gonna wait for them to come fix it too? Or you just gonna own your part and move forward? Because you're definitely responsible for the next step you take. Many people look for temporary fixes instead of long-term solutions. Small, consistent steps to your goals. Yes, you will never get ahead by waiting for the perfect moment. Never. How can I be angry when people that don't have anything are happy all around me? Exactly. I was trying to touch on this the other night, man. And the word I probably should have said privilege when I was talking about the people that go overseas. Privilege. That's the word I should have said the other night, man. It does exist. And it's good that you acknowledge that and you recognize that. Because some people just go take. Like, honestly, I was in Calvin's stream the other night, and he was talking about, the guy was saying something about, he don't talk to men that only have one girlfriend in the Philippines or something, man. You know how stupid that sounds? In my opinion, I think Calvin said it right, man. Like, you ain't saying nothing, taking advantage of, women from a lower economic status. If you've been there, if you've seen some of the situations, yeah. You ain't saying nothing, man. Do it here. If you want to call yourself a player, do it here. I'm in America, by the way, guys. And it's still, you still ain't saying nothing, even if you do it here, you know. Especially if you're 40, 50, 60 years old. Lives can change well within 10 minutes. Absolutely. Light bulb go on. Some of us it won't. Some of us it takes longer. Beat Your Life is in the building. Salute, my brother. How you doing, man? He says, good morning from Bohol, Philippines, man. Yeah, along the beach. It's a beautiful beach. Sunny Sunless. He says, yes, we do. Beat Your Life saying, what up? My problems are my responsibility to resolve. Yep. Painfully aware of my defects. I wish more were like that, man. But that's a good thing, man. It's absolutely a good thing, man. But back to the forward momentum and the brick by brick. And what I mean is that, you know, it's our responsibility to build the life that we want to live, you know. And we're not going to wait for somebody else to do it for us, especially us men. You know, we're not going to wait. We're not going to blame our lives on other people, whether other people are to blame or not for things that happen to us, man. Like I said, it's our responsibility for what our next move is, and it needs to be forward momentum. You know, we build the lives that we want to live, brick by brick. We don't wait for other people to do it, man. You know, are you gonna get support? Yeah, you're gonna get support. You're gonna get help. You know, but if you're building this life brick by brick, for us blue collar men, we would be the contractors. We're in control. So you may get some help here, you may get some help here, but we're in control of our lives, man. We're running the site. And the site is our life and the life that we want to live, man. So, let me save this comment, bro. Let me save it. Let me start this one. Hold up. Yeah, we'll come back to that, man. We'll come back to that. Because that's going to take me way off of the topic. But we're absolutely going to come back to that right there. But honestly, matter of fact, I'll tie that into responsibility, man. Fuck it. Accountability. You know, is it a scam if you give your money to a stranger? I don't think so. I think you just got hustled. Is it a scam? You know, if I want to say this the right way. I'm not trying to bite my tongue or be nice or anything like that. Let me formulate my thoughts real quick, man. All right. You meet a woman on a dating site that's supposedly 8,000 miles away. You haven't met her yet. You know, you don't know her. You don't, honestly, probably don't even know what she really looks like. Because I know some of those things are men. They're men like putting up women pictures and, you know, getting all type of money from men. If you send them your money, you're not getting scammed, bro. You may have got hustled. Maybe that's the better way to say it, is you got hustled. You know, you thought you were buying a fucking dime bag and you ended up buying some parsley. You know what I'm saying? Did you get scammed? You got hustled. But we can't be this gullible. We can't be this vulnerable and desperate that we're putting ourselves in these situations. You know, It's stupid to me. But when you say it, people don't listen. When you talk like that, they don't listen. And honestly, I made a video about this a while ago. Like, you're targeted, men have a target on their back or something like that. And we're doing it to ourselves because we won't listen to reason. You know, we won't listen to the guys that try to warn us, that try to talk to us straight. We won't listen, man. We do it to ourselves. And then we won't take accountability and just say, yeah, that was stupid of me to send this money to this stranger to build a house for a woman I supposedly been in a relationship for 2-3 years, but I've never met her face to face. You know, if you do that, it's not a scam. You got hustled. You got played. You were vulnerable. You made yourself vulnerable. You know, desperate, probably. Like, I understand what's going on here in America. I understand the dating dynamics in America, but damn, bro. Like, is it that bad? I don't know. Every time I say it's not, I get pushed back. You know. But you're rolling the dice, man. You're rolling the dice. Even if you have to crawl, keep moving forward. Thomas says, I don't know anyone that turns down free money. But, you know, that was my take on it. You know, like I said, when I open up the panel, you guys are welcome, you know, to come up. You want to talk, damn, this shirt, man. You want to talk more about it, that's fine. Beat Your Life says, brick by brick reminds me of my personal philosophy about failure. I choose to fail fast and often. Progress comes from iteration, not perfection. If you're afraid of failure, you ain't never gonna grow. Perfectly said, man. Women overseas survive before you and will survive if you leave. Absolutely, man. Listen, man. Like I said, if you've been over there and you've seen some of the conditions that people are living in some of these places, not all, you understand, man. You understand, bro. Is it right? I'm not saying it's right, but like Silent Bill says down there, it's all in the game, man. It's all in the game, man. Women overseas. Oh, my bad. He said exactly. It mainly depends on why you are giving them money. I don't know, man. I think I could find better things to do with my money than to send it to a stranger. A lot better. Put that shit in the stock market. Put it in, you know, damn, bro. Like, some of these guys are losing big sums of money. You know, it's serious. You know, Q was talking about he lost $100. Like, all right, that you ain't get scammed, bro. I don't know what you was doing. I ain't gonna speculate, but guys keep putting the down payment on some P, and it ain't work because you probably not the only one that's putting that down payment down. You know, how many down payments she need? You know, but you can't tell us this. You know, you can't tell us this because, you know, we're not being accountable, and that's what I'm saying. The guys yelling scam, 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 scam. Are they being accountable for the shit that they're doing? Where else in life is a 50, 60, 70-year-old man that's made it all through life, been responsible, you know, maybe not. This is where you get scammed at, bro. This is your blind spot. Women, young women, sexy women. This is a lot of our blind spot, man. It's women. You know, We can't be this desperate. The women aren't going anywhere, man. Wait till you get over there. Go take a vacation. Go take a trip, man. At least go take a trip first before you start sending all this damn money. Like, I don't know the numbers because I honestly I didn't prepare to do a stream like this. If I was preparing to do this stream, maybe I'll do one day, but probably not. I probably have some numbers like, oh, they send this amount of money over there a year, but nah. I know I've heard the number. I just can't remember. I've heard somebody say the millions of dollars that are sent a year. I don't know how many though, but that's a lot of money, man. Silent Bill says there's enough struggle here. They don't need my East Coast bullshit. It's enough. Yeah, we don't need to add on to them people's struggles, man. We don't need to be trying to take advantage of them. They got enough, man. They got enough struggles, man. We over here crying and complaining, you know. But compare your life to some people's lives over there. And we're the ones online. We're the ones crying and complaining about how tough we got it, you know. Oh, you don't understand. I said that before. I said, imagine me coming from America, you know, and I'm crying to this woman about how hard I got it when she just finished watching her father and brother build their damn house by hand, no equipment, you know, because I seen that happen over there. They ain't got no, there ain't no bulldozers coming there. Ain't no cranes coming lifting shit in there. You know, ain't no cement truck showing up, laying to lay that the foundations like we do here. You know? Imagine what's going through her mind. Like, I was just so stressed out. And she looking at her father that just built the damn house by hand. And he really worries about putting food on the table every day. Like, really worries about it. I can't tell you the last time I worried about where my next meal was coming from. If ever. If ever, you know? First world problems, bro. But that's, I'm starting to see it now. It's like, yo, that's why we get viewed the way we do. You know, it's not all of us, but a lot of us. It's victim mentality. You're not a victim, man. It's some real horrible shit going on in this world. You know, real horrible shit going on around this globe. But we cry, complain the most. Expat says, I'm not talking about sending money overseas. I'm talking about within a marriage while living there. Okay. T. Marsh says, I see some guys that have some pretty girlfriends, then some have beers. I asked myself, why did you come 8,000 miles for her? Is this something? Yeah. Here we go, another one. Who you talking about, bro? Who is this dude, bro? I ain't never do that shit in my life, man. You bugging. You are bugging, bro. But welcome, man. You know, welcome to the channel, bro. Your view is appreciated, even if you're saying some dumb stuff. Oh, man. I probably sold you something once upon a time. Expat says, many go overseas chasing after the same type of woman. Yeah, man, I don't judge other people women. Do you? I don't judge other people women, man. It is what it is. Must have seen something they like. Salute, Russ. How you doing, brother? Good to see you in here, man. How you doing, man? Yeah, he said I'd be embarrassed to complain here. Yep, yep. He says, damn, I was doing that back home in Jamaica in that hot sun. Yep. Andre Green, salute, bro. Welcome. Welcome to Blizzard Abroad. Welcome to the Positive Manosphere, man. We just in here chopping it up. It's Barbershop Talk, man. I'll probably be up here by myself for another half hour or so. Then I'll open up the panel. You guys want to come up, man, chop it up. Anything y'all want to talk about, whether it's this subject or another subject, man, feel free. Drop it in the chat. You know, we'll chop it up. T. Marsh says, I said $100 after Odette hit the Philippines to this girl. But that was it. I sent money for a place that I thought I wanted to live to. Big mistakes, yeah. Right? You could tell, right? Because I look like I do, right? These dudes is funny, man. These dudes is funny, but... Good, Blizz. Good to see you. Good to see you too, man. Always positive vibes, man. Andre Green Dre says, one black American told me she only date rich man and called me homeless. Funniest thing I ever heard. Right? You just gotta laugh at it, man. I don't get offended. You know, I get shot down, so what? Who cares, man? You know, you probably living way better than her. So why get offended? You know, why take it the wrong way? Fuck it. Just laugh and keep it moving, man. Probably doing way better than her. That's why I be laughing at people all the time, bro. Because they say the stupidest shit. You know, they live stupidly. They do stupid stuff, man. You know, as much as I want to help people out, it ain't for everybody. And I don't offer it to just anybody, man, in real life, man. Right? That's what I'm saying. So salute, man. Salute, man. Andre Green Dre. He says, I'm homeless living in a 5-bedroom house. Yeah, they don't know, and they'll never know. They'll never know. You got nothing to prove to nobody, man. You got nothing to prove to nobody, man. Silent Bill. Nah, bro. Welcome, bro. Like I said, welcome, man. Trolls are all right. Trolls are all right, man. As long as... And look, I appreciate you, man. He says later, again, sorry for being a dick. Come back, man. You welcome back, man. Salute to you, man. Take care. That you own. Yeah, man. They don't know and they'll never know, man. You'll never know how much money I got by looking at me. Never. I knew she didn't have any sense. She didn't know what a W-2 was. Yeah. And that's it. But she got the right to, she got the nerve to judge somebody else, man. And because you never know, man. Like, I've seen millionaires. I've talked to them. I know them. And you would never tell. You could never tell. You can never tell how much money somebody got by what they look like. Because you don't know. And if they showing it and if they flash you with it, chances are they don't got it as much as they say they do. Some of the richest men I ever met in person. It's not like I know a lot of rich people. They drove regular cars. They didn't have the new Jordans on. They had some regular fucking like loafers on or some beat up Reeboks on. And was worth, one dude's worth $40 million. $40 million. Drives a pickup truck, wears like regular sweaters and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, you never know how much money that dude got by looking at him. Trolling can be an art. Yeah, it could be an art, or it can be this, the next guy down here. You know, uncreative. Uncreative. Obviously, your picture's an old man. But this is what I'm talking about. This is a grown man. This is a grown man, you know. But salute. Gub gub. It makes no sense to me. But welcome, man. Your views appreciated. T. Mar says, if you walk around here acting rich, you might get kidnapped. Yep. Or worse. Or worse. Even though I didn't think I was walking around the Philippines looking, but people was like, nah, they could tell you got a little bit of money just by like the brands you wear or something, man. Which I'm like, I don't got nothing flashy on, no jewelry or nothing like that. But they were like, yeah, but look at your sneakers. You know, I'm like, oh, I didn't think about that. So. Expat says, insults only work if the other person picks them up. Welcome to the trolls. I must be getting some traction, man. I got some trolls in here, finally. Finally got some trolls in here. Gub Gub says, my dad could beat the brakes off of you, buddy. Yep, but this is YouTube, so getting that. The trolls is in here. Salute. Andre says, this one takes it. One told me to delete all my social media apps, start talking to my friends and family. I should only talk to her. She lost mine. That would never happen. Yeah, never. Never. That's a control freak. It's a good thing you have boundaries and standards, man. It's a good thing you have boundaries and standards, man. Because some men, if she had a big button to smile, they would have fell for that. And they'd have been miserable. You know. Andre says, my 2 months vacation to the Philippines is a memory to remember. Also, everywhere you're going, the entire family joking. Yeah. Good times, man. I love the Philippines, man. I don't know when I'm going to be back there. But I definitely, most likely will be back to the Philippines to visit again. I only did 2 weeks, 2 times there. So 2 vacations there for 2 weeks. But I loved it. I love the Philippines. Wrote a song about the Philippines. If they stare at you, look down at their shoes. It works over here. Yeah, right. But like I said, I'm not trying to embarrass nobody, man. Like I said, I don't care, man. I just be trying to keep it moving. I be trying to keep it moving, do my own thing. I don't ever want to like stand out. I don't, even though that's hard when you're in a foreign country, but for the most part, nobody bothered me, man. Nobody messed with me. Nobody really stared that hard at me. Yeah, Cisco did a couple live streams already. He just did one yesterday. Then he uploaded a video of his wife. His Cisco wife was crazy, bro. Adventurous, not in a bad way. Not in a bad way. But yeah, she did like a free fall bungee type of thing. So yeah. Yeah, he did I forgot Kuya Pogi he was chilling with. Kuya Pogi. I don't really know their channel, but he was chilling with them. So salute to Cisco wherever you at, bro. He's in the Philippines, man. Enjoying it, living it up, man. Yeah, SK. He said, Thailand. I don't think I will ever go. Nah, I don't think so either. But living in expat living overseas is in Thailand right now. He lives there. Maybe I will go to Thailand, but I just can't go where everybody else goes, you know. Remember me? Yeah, I remember you from the other night, man. Markel Lee Jr. Yeah, I remember you, brother. How you doing, man? Welcome back. Welcome back. Rice without salt shocked me. Yeah, rice without like something in it, like gravy on the top of it. Usually, gotta be like some type of gravy or something for me. But I eat a lot of honestly, I eat a lot of Spanish food. I'm not Spanish, but I'm not Hispanic, but yeah. The garlic rice, I really didn't like that much. Not trying to it's just different. It's just a different palate. Not good or bad. I just got a different palate. But salute, man. All right, we were on accountability. We did accountability. So for the newcomers, man, we're talking about three pillars. Three pillars of real positivity, man. And I was saying accountability, which we went over, forward momentum, and then number three is a positive mindset. And a lot of positive, a lot of times when you hear positive mindset, people take it the wrong way. Like I was saying earlier, man, they take it as like, oh, you guys don't live in reality. You only see good things and you ignore the bad things, and that's not what I'm talking about when I talk about a positive mindsets, man. You know, I'm not trying to sound like a guru, or I'm not trying to sound like I'm some preacher or anything like that, man. But I'm talking about being disciplined and being able to motivate yourself, man. Right? Not waiting to be motivated by anybody else, you know. Going through life knowing, like, I kind of try to prepare myself if for the possibility of things going wrong. Like Beat Your Life said earlier, man, he fails all the time, man. Hard and fast, or however he said it. Fast and often, I think is what he said, man. He knows. He has the courage and the confidence that if he fails, he's going to be able to correct it. He's gonna learn from it, correct. That's a positive mindset, whether you want to define it that way or not. It absolutely is. He said he's not scared to fail. That's a positive mindset. I try to look at most things in my life that way. I'm gonna go through some shit, you know. I'm gonna go through some shit in my life. Maybe tomorrow, maybe 5 minutes from now. That's inevitable. But in my mind, what's also inevitable is that I'm gonna get through it. I'm gonna come out the other side of it, you know. And if I'm lucky, I'm gonna learn a valuable lesson to take with me further along my journey. That's a positive mindset. It's not about the fluffy shit like I see flowers everywhere, you know. I do see them. I do see them and I acknowledge them in my life, but they're not everywhere. Every day isn't a good day. You know, everything you try isn't, you're not successful at it. But it's the positive mindset that tells you you're gonna be okay. You're gonna recover. You're gonna get through this shit. And you know why? Because you've been through shit before that you didn't think you were gonna get through. But yet, you're still here today. You're still trying shit. You're still failing. You're still getting through it. Every day. My next move will be my best move. That's life, man. He said only jobs working from there is amazing cost of living worth it all. Yeah. I don't know. I haven't really explored that part of it yet. I'm on my journey, man. I'm trying. He said, "Yep, yeah, I remember you, bro. Salute. Like I said, welcome, man. You welcome here, man. Like I said, y'all are welcome here. I try to keep a positive community. The trolls is gonna show up every once in a while, but they usually just go away. They usually go right away, or we convert them. You know what I'm saying? We convert the trolls. That's happened a couple times. Um, but you absolutely welcome here, man. And especially like you got some good older gentlemen in here. We want to give back. We want to help the younger generation out. Absolutely. They're listening. I know they're listening, man. They don't really acknowledge us. They don't really acknowledge it, but I know they are, and I know they want. I know they want to listen. You know, T. Marsh says, "Yo, I met the guy Calvin wanted me to meet in the Argyle. He's actually a pretty good guy." All right. The emotions you feed determines your mindset. Yeah. So if you're gonna be thinking negatively, if you're gonna think failure, you're gonna fail. You know. And most of the guys that walk around thinking failure, they're not prepared. They're not even prepared to fail. Right? They're not prepared to take that lesson and move on to the next thing. And it all ties in. It all ties in because it ties right back to accountability, which is the foundation, which is the first and most important step. Accountability, man. Just like I was saying, I know I'm going to fail at something. I also know I'm going to get through it. You know? But if I can't take ownership of it, I'm not going to learn nothing. I'm not going to learn anything for the next step. Because I'm going to just say, well, it wasn't my fault. I didn't do nothing wrong. How's that help me for the next step? For the next thing I need to do? For the rebound, how does that help me at all? Instead of saying, hey, this is where I fucked up. I could have did this better. Next time, I failed at this, but next time I'm gonna do this, and next time I'm gonna do this. That's what accountability does for you. That's what accountability does for you, man. And it goes in all aspects of life. Relationships, you know, yeah, the chick was crazy, right? She was crazy, but I missed this red flag. I should have seen it. This red flag, man. I let her in, and knowing that she was kind of off in the mind, you know, when I met her. But she had a big old booty, and she had a smile, you know what I'm saying? And I fell for it. Accountability is going to say, next time I ain't falling for that shit. I learned my lesson. I ain't falling for it no more. That one was on me. Markel, salute, bro. Says I have to go, man. Salute, man. You always welcome back. You always welcome back here, man. I got some older videos if you ever want to check them out, man. I got them in my playlist, Grown Man Conversations. A lot of stuff like this, these topics that I've talked about before, man. Absolutely, man. And say what up to each other in here, man. We all cool. We all good people in here, man. T. Marsh says, if you live long enough, you're going to get older, and you probably learn something along the way. Absolutely. Just don't ignore the lessons. That's what I say. Just don't ignore what life is teaching you, man. It's preparing you for the next step. Are you going to see it or not? Don't ignore the lessons that life is teaching you. I don't give a fuck how old you are. I'm 47. You could be 60 and still learn something. 70 and still learn something. Absolutely. And you can learn it from people that you least expect to learn something from. Expert says success is paved with the failures of those who don't give up on themselves. However, your expectations must be set in reality. Absolutely. Or do they? Or do they? I don't know. You're supposed to reach outside of you're supposed to set your goals outside of your reach. I'm not saying I want to fly, I want to be able to jump off a building, I'm not really pushing back on you. I'm just adding on to it, I know we're doing things as humans, doing things that people 100 years ago couldn't imagine doing. Like, do they really have that flying car in China? I don't know. Who knows? It could be propaganda, but supposedly, there are already flying cars in China, according to social media. Who knows, man? But I know that technology has been around for a while. He said, I'm back. He said, yeah. He said, I'm back already. It's 2 minutes later, bro. Salute. But this is it, man. Positive mindset, man. It's not something that you get overnight. It's something that you have to train yourself to have. Positive mindset, man. You're not born with it. Well, I don't know. I don't know if you're born with it or not, man. That would be like some childhood psychology type of shit, but kids are pretty positive. You know what I mean? But I know, especially in the world that we live in, we need to be training ourselves and learning techniques to keep a positive mindset. I'm not saying to lie to yourself and tell yourself that, and maybe this is what Adam was talking about. Lie to yourself and tell yourself that things are good when they're not, But be your own guide. Be your own guide. Be your own shepherd. If you want to say it that way. We all have that inner voice. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad. But you can train that inner voice how to talk to you. You could. And like Adam said too, Adam says a lot of good things, man. If you're listening to him, he says a lot of good things, man. You can train that inner voice. Which one do you listen to? Which voice do you listen to more? The negative one or the positive one? That's the one you're feeding. Whatever the one you feed the most is where your thoughts are going to go, where your feelings and where your emotions is going to go. So train yourself, man. Train yourself. Train your inner voice. That's a positive mindset. I'm going to fail, but I'm going to be all right. Let me catch up with this chat. I'm not that far behind yet. Until I open up the panel, then we start falling behind. Expat says realistic expectations for upgrading yourself. Yeah, there you go. Thank you, brother. Luck is nothing more than preparation meeting opportunity, man. You say, yep, I'm back. T-Mar says, you wasn't thinking with your big head, but it happens to the best of us. Yeah, it does. does, man. Yeah. I gotta start making them. I gotta start doing the uploads, man. I know I've been slacking. My little talking head videos, man. I know I keep saying it, man. I just gotta do it. And I've had a couple people tell me that I need to get back to doing the barbershop. I mean, not the barbershop, the lunch break style. You know, the lunch break conversations style of videos. But I always be planning on doing them, but life, man. That's not an excuse. That's a reason, but not an excuse. He says Adam is cool sometimes. He talks a lot, but he's okay. Yeah. So I'm gonna open up the panel. Probably give me like 10 more minutes. I'm gonna shut this one down. So accountability, forward momentum, and a positive mindset. All right. Accountability says I control my direction. I may not control everything that happens to me in my life, but I control my next step, right? Forward momentum means I build the life that I want to live instead of waiting for somebody else, instead of waiting for the right opportunity, instead of waiting for the perfect situation, right? And a positive mindset means I train my own inner voice. That's real positivity. That's daily shit that you do every day, right? That's not loud. That's not flashy. That's not guru talk. It's not 10,000 steps. It's not an e-course or e-book. You know what I mean? That's barbershop talk. You know, it works on good days and it works on bad days. You know. So salute. I think I answered that one earlier from you. He says I ain't falling for no man in the tailpipe. Yes, sir. I hope not, man. I know you not. You got your head on right. Do you feel like when you talk, people listen? You feel like when you talk, do people really listen, man? All right, so with that being said, man, so I'm getting ready to open it up, and I'll close this section with this, man. Don't wait, build today. If it's just a brick, it's just a brick. The building's gonna get built, man. It's not gonna all be built today. And if all you can add is one brick today, then just add that one brick, man. Don't feel bad about it. You know, don't beat yourself up. You did something positive, man. You built a positive momentum. But at least do one brick a day. Do one thing a day. You know what I'm saying? 2, don't blame. Take accountability, man. Accountability puts us in the driver's seat of our own life. We decide the next turn we take in our own life. You know, regardless of what happened yesterday, you know, we control what happens next, right? So we need to take responsibility, man. And don't and last, don't destroy yourself with the negative talk. Train yourself to talk positive, man. Stop listening to that negative voice. We all have it. We all have it. Even the most successful people, even the most positive people have that voice in their mind, that doubt, that self-doubt. We all have it, you know. We all have a positive voice in there too. Most of us. There's probably some that don't. Most of us have that positive voice there too. Which one do you listen to? Which one do you feed? You know, that is the direction that your day is gonna go. You know, your week, your year, your month, whatever one you listen to more. All right. So if you take that away from tonight, man, stack small wins, adjust to life, man, and keep moving forward, man. Super Trez is in the building, my brother. Salute, man. I appreciate that, bro. 100% to $9.99 from Super Trez, man. He ain't in here tonight. I haven't seen him yet, man. But for that, you get the TJ Super Chat, bro. Appreciate you. Thank you, man. I know I gotta come up with some more. I'm working on one. I'm working on a good one, bro. The dude came in here the last live stream. He reminded me that I gotta make one. Cause once he left, I said, damn, I should have played that song for his ass. But yeah, I got one. Short answers don't always explain everything. From Adam. T-Mar says, keep dropping those nuggets, Blizz. Absolutely, man. Because like I said, bro, you may not get nothing. You may not get nothing from this whole live stream, man. You know, but somebody will. Somebody will. Hopefully, it's a younger person that we can help out, man, or an older person. And like I said, that's why I let people talk. That's why I just let people talk. It may not be for me. It may be the next man. I'm not gonna block his alley-oop. I'm not gonna block the next man alley-oop because I can't relate. You know? Markel says, yeah, for real. Those little dingleberries on the bomb. He says, yeah. If you like, Kamal says, I mentioned that on Cal's last live stream. The good one. VA Sensation Jr. I'm tall, are you? I don't know what that means, man. I'm tall, are you? Comma. Nah, I'm not tall. I'm not tall, man. I'm short. I like the video. Thank you, man. Thank you. I gotta make some more. But with that being said, I'm gonna drop the link. And I know Valentine's Day is coming up. Y'all living overseas, it's already Valentine's Day. Here, it's tomorrow. I'm on the East Coast, so it's 10:46 p.m. Valentine's Day is coming up, man. So, I said I was gonna do something for the couples out there. So if you got a lady, this is from Blizzard Abroad, man. So just a little song I wrote. You know, if your lady next to you, man, you'll grab her. You wanna dance with her? I'm giving you a couple minutes, a couple seconds to get ready, man. Right? And if you a lady watching and you ain't got no man, Blizz loves you too, man. So let me play this song for y'all, and then I'm gonna open up the panel, and we gonna keep it popping. But happy Valentine's Day, all the couples out there, man. Let me know what y'all think of this one too, man.
Look at her, she's so fine. My special lady, she's one of a kind. My special lady. I never thought I'd be here, but I'm here with you. I never seen the world so clear, like I see my future with you. Never thought I'd walk this path, but I'm walking with you. Leaving all the pain in the past, I finally found someone true. Look at her, she's so fine. I fell in love with her mind. My special lady, one of a kind. My special I'm cruising with you. Never thought I'd open up again, but you make it easy to do. Never thought I'd feel this calm, but with you I'm cool. Never thought I could trust again, but I know this is true. Look at her, ooh, she's so fine. I fell in love with her mind. My special lady, one of a kind. My special
Thank y'all. Y'all still here, so it must have been alright a little bit. But yeah, man, yo, this type of music I like, man. That's the type of music I like. Real, just real music, man. Talking about love, talking about life. So salute, man. That's my Valentine's gift to y'all, man. Y'all want to replay, you want to dance, there you go, man. So salute. The panel's open, man. The panel, there's the link right there. Y'all want to come up. Y'all want to talk about whatever y'all want to talk about, man. We could talk about the topic. Salute. Let me get back to these comments. Where was I at, man? Let's see where I was at. You say you like the video. Salute. Does your Superman have curly hair? You gotta have the thing, man. You gotta have the thing right there that come down. He said he's gonna get his girl an empty box of chocolates. Salute, Ray, nephew. What up, man? Salute, man. Good to see you in here, bro. Says I like it. Yeah, that's just good. I wish they were putting out music like that. I wish they were putting out music like that, man. Still. People are still making music like that. But the record company ain't pushing love right now, man. They pushing guns, murder, death, bullshit. Pushing bullshit. Russ-San, what up? Hey, that song has a Roger Troutman vibe to it, man. Nice. Yeah. It's time to open up a night lounge. I'm trying to get some songs together, man, to put something out. And Homeboy is bringing up the Homeboy brought up that song that I made for Calvin. He was trolling me, but like I said, I take trolling as it is what it is. But that song is copyrighted right now, man. That Sunshine Shoulder song, I just got the copyright back in the mail. And what I do is I'm gonna give that to Calvin, man, because I made that song for him. That's a tribute for the things he did for me and my channel, and the support he's given me and the guidance. I'm gonna give him that song, man, because like I said, I never wanted to monetize it, but I did want to protect it. Once I seen that it was getting some traction, I did want to protect it, so nobody can't just, because it was getting popular. So I said, bro, I said, when I gave it to him, I said, look, that's a tribute. I sent it to him personally. I said, yo, you could use it on your channel, or you could just play it around the house. Whatever you want to do with it, it's yours. And he put it out, and it got some traction. So I said, all right, let me copyright this so nobody could take it and act like they did it, because them is my words, 100%. And what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna figure out the way to get this copyright to him, and he can do whatever he want with it. He says, thanks for sharing that song. Yeah, I got another one. I'm gonna put a video out for another one I got. It's called Superwoman. Superpowers, my bad. And then Ray was asking me about his country song I did too. But yeah. He said, I'm gonna be broke tomorrow. Not me. Not me. I ain't going broke over Valentine's Day. I got a gift that I purchased, but it didn't break me. You know what I'm saying? He said, that's cool, Blizz. When you give it, it comes back to you. Trust me. I know. I've been doing it, man. I've been practicing that, and it's been working, man. Like everything I talk about, I'm not an expert on it. I'm not a psychologist, but everything I talk about, I do. I don't do it perfectly, man. So when I come up here and I talk about having a positive mindset, I'm practicing it. I'm learning as I go along. I'm learning a lot from y'all. I think it's good that if we could learn from each other. But everything I talk about, if I come up here with 3 steps, believe me, I'm practicing it. It don't mean I have it mastered. But I'm practicing it. She want everything. She want everything. Bro, if she a good woman and you can give it to her, give it to her, man. Especially if she adds value to your life and she makes you happy, give it to her, man. If it ain't gonna break you, why not? She'll give it back in her own way. I believe that. If you got a good woman, take care of her, man. 'Cause they obviously, the way we talking, right? We know they not easy to come by. Who else is coming up on the panel? Hey, I could do it solo, man. I want to give y'all the mic, though. That's what Barbershop Talk is about. Barbershop Talk is about letting y'all voices be heard also. Not me just, talking to y'all. It's about y'all voices being heard, not y'all just being in the chat. It's that outlet that men said they didn't have, that they wanted. We don't got a space for our voices where our voices are respected. This is it. This is it. I've been noticing, man. YouTube tells you who your videos. So my videos ain't been getting that much play lately, but I know the viewership is changing. It really is. Even the live streams, the viewership is changing. We're getting a lot more tacos, even if they don't come out and say nothing. There's a lot more women watching and interacting. So all you can do is talk from your own experiences. Yeah, that's it. The things I talk about, I'm practicing them, and they working. I'm not rich, but I feel richer. My spirit, my attitude, my outlook on life is way richer than it was before. This shit works, man. What's up, Russ and T Marsh? This is Ryan's channel, man. Ryan, I'm about to hit that. I'm about to play. Okay, I got time, bro. So I'm gonna hit them watch hours up this weekend for you, brother. This is Ryan's channel right here, man. Salute this brother, man. I want to see this. I want to see Ryan get monetized, man. I really do. But I'm pretty sure he keeps putting in the work. He'll get there. Adam says, I come up to create commentary since most remain in the background. Nah, it's all right. It's all right. They here, man. So even if it's just in the chat, even if it's just in the chat, man. Like I said, y'all wanna talk. I'm here. I'm here, bro. I'm still busting my ass doing my live stream, says Ryan. Yeah, once I committed to doing live streams, like I said, I was against live streams, but once I committed to them, I was like, yeah, I'm gonna just do them. I don't care if it's 2 people in here. Luckily, I got y'all, man. Y'all real ones, man. Y'all real ones. I know, I kind of know who's gonna who's gonna be here. You know, that makes it even more comfortable to come up here. You know, so when I'm coming up with my topics, it's I kind of know who's gonna be here, so it's like, all right, I know. I can see this, I can see that. T. Marsh says, I'm still with the same woman that I traveled 8,000 miles to see. I thought I was supposed to be on my 2nd or 3rd relationship by now. Nope. That's what they say. They say the first one don't work out. Mine didn't. Mine didn't. But it wasn't. It was. I can't. She's not a bad woman. I'm not gonna say that. She's a wonderful woman. You know. But sometimes things just don't work out. The people that just watch and don't speak, we call them lurkers. Yeah, but not everybody's ready. Sometimes they gotta be. Sometimes you gotta sit in the bushes for a little while before you get comfortable. You know. I know at first when I first started watching the live streams, I wasn't even like typing in the chat. I still watch live streams. When I'm there, I just don't say nothing. I'll be on Calvin's all the time. Like just watching. I don't say nothing. You know. Just listening. Especially when I was working 3rd shift, I just had the phone be way on the other side of the shop and my earbud be in my ear. You say you're making a video right now. Type mine in the chat. I'm going to subscribe to you. Type MINE in the chat. And I don't know if you did it earlier, but I'll subscribe to you. I'll check your channel. What you talk about on your channel? That's Markel Lee Jr. Type MINE in the chat. Dudes will come check the channel out, man. Absolutely. It's easier for me to talk instead of typing. If I'm on my phone, I could do it, even though some of it's gonna mess up. But on the computer, I don't like being in the chat on the computer. You know me, I be hitting them emojis, it's the salute all the time. Oh, okay. Y'all know that these only drop. Nightbot only drops these if we get a certain amount of comments in a certain amount of time, and then it'll drop. So that's what's up, man. So here is Nightbot on the job. Nightbot is doing this damn job right now, man. Support Blizzard Abroad. So look, if you already shop on Amazon, you can support the channel at no extra cost by using the link right here, right? You just hit the link. You shop like you normally would. Nothing extra. You know what I mean? You was going to buy a pack of socks. You know, you hit the link. You buy the pack of socks. You know, as an Amazon associate, I get a small commission. It's not a lot. It may be like 20 cents or something. But people have been hitting the link. And I appreciate y'all. that have hit the link, man. I made a little money from it so far, probably like $6. But it is what it is, man. Like every bit helps, you know. So we are not rich or nothing, man. So I appreciate the super chatters. I absolutely do. The super stickers, absolutely do. But if all you could do is hit that link and you're gonna buy your pack of socks, much love to you, man. I appreciate it. I absolutely do, man. TJ is in the building. He said tuning in from the train station in Oakland. How's everyone doing tonight? Welcome home, brother. Keep your head high, man. I know you about to see some shit, man. Some reverse culture shock. But keep your head high, bro. I know. Shit. He says, I'll get the nerve. Ryan's in the background, man. Salute, Ryan, man. I got a couple comments. I got a couple super chats I got to get to, and then I'm going to let you up, bro. TJ is in the building. He says, goodbye, cost efficient, Vietnamese, Filipino super chat prices. First couple days, I'm here. Never give me culture shot, but the sticker shot. All right, the sticker shot, man. Salute to TJ. Back on American soil, man. He back home, man. TJ, you gotta get the TJ super chat, man. Thank you, brother. Thank you, man. I appreciate you, man. 100%, man. And then Ryan with the super sticker, man. Salute, Ryan. Ryan, here you go. The TJ super. Thank you, man. Appreciate that so much, man. I'm gonna let you up, Ryan. Then I'm gonna finish these super chats.
Yeah, man.
I mean the comments, man.
Hello.
Salute, man. How you doing?
I'm doing good, mate. Doing good for an old man.
Putting in work, huh?
Oh, yes.
I see you, man.
Oh, yeah, I'm doing it. Got to get this. Because, let's see. End of this month, I've been doing this stuff for 9 bloody years. 9 years. I know. Can you believe that, eh? 9 years of this mess. 9 years of this. Oh, my God. Oh, God. It's hard work, I must admit, doing, when I do what I do every day, when I'm walking and stuff.
That's
it's
tough,
not easy.
Bro.
And if my abusers in the chat, I did buy a gimbal, sir, so no.
Okay.
Yeah, they bought a gimbal.
Nice having a little gimbal, man.
Oh, God. It's frustrating to use. It's a pain in the ass to use, I'll tell you that. It's a pain. You just walk past the bushes, as always.
Yeah, I like your live streams. When I can make them, I like them, man. It's good scenery. It's good vibes, bro.
I know. Gotta do what you gotta do.
Yes, sir. You'll get there, man. Just don't stop. Just don't stop, man. You'll get there.
I won't stop. This old boy ain't stopping anything.
Expat says, other people live streams. Bliss says, I'm in the bushes. I know. That's catching on too, man.
I know.
I like seeing my little lingo start catching on, bro.
I can't forget who started that bit. That's what they say, in the bushes.
Yeah, T
That was funny.
TJ's over there with Too Short and E40. Yeah, E40. Don't forget E40.
Oh, God.
Yeah. He said, I did just have hyphy burger for lunch. 100% still with the hype and the drive to the west. All right. Yeah, 75. Yo, $75 ride from the airport.
Damn.
That's wild.
That is wild.
I took an Uber. Yo, when last time I went to the Philippines, I didn't drive to the airport. My brother dropped me off on the way to the Philippines.
Smart
Coming
thinking.
back into JFK in New York. I live in Connecticut, so We fly out of New York, right?
Yeah.
So I'm like, all right, let me just catch the Uber. That Uber was like $240 from JFK to my
Damn.
house. So I was like,
Damn.
nah, that's not happening, bro.
Oh my
That's
God.
not
No,
happening,
no,
man.
that's no, that's a oh God.
So I
Oh,
ended up taking an Uber from JFK to the train station, taking the train home. So,
damn.
and that came up to like $55.
Well, that's not bad, but the Uber.
It is what,
Oh no, oh no.
absolutely, man.
From
What up,
I mean,
AJ? AJ's in the building. Salute,
AJ's
salute
in
to
the
AJ,
house.
man.
There he is.
Expats in the back. Oh, I see you, expat. My bad. I don't know how long you been there, but I see you, brother.
Yeah,
Let me.
I know,
Oh, he
sir.
dropped out.
Oh, he dropped off.
What up?
Yeah.
You got expat there. Salute,
There
expat.
he is.
Everybody.
Adam's in the
Hello.
building.
Hello, Adam.
I
How
got
you doing,
somebody
sir?
else in the back, but I can't see you. At least show me your face. If you got a camera, at least show me your face,
To
and
the
then you can
face.
drop it back. I just gotta make sure you real. That's it. It is an open panel. I just gotta make sure this person is real.
Not fake news.
Yeah.
Not the AI
Or,
person, huh?
they
Um,
How you
disconnected your
doing, Adam?
device.
Liz, you remember that other live stream that I was on? It started
Yeah.
off pretty good. It started off pretty good, and I left earlier because they live stream lasted over 6 hours.
Oi.
So later I came back, and when I came back on the stream, man, they were talking vulgar as crap, and the guy like that was in on his live stream, he was allowing it. So
Oi.
I wound up taking it down.
Oh
Mm.
wow.
And then he later apologized. He took his stand, then later apologized for it. I said, "Yeah, if y'all want to talk like that, maybe on Patreon, or I can
Uh,
do it in a members only."
Yeah. Members
mm.
only. Yeah.
Yeah.
Man, they were getting pretty explicit on some things. It was crazy.
Yeah. That's why
Oi.
you gotta be careful who you
You
let
gotta,
on your
you gotta,
platform, man.
you gotta
Yeah,
focus.
but I've probably been on his panel about like 10 times before, and that's never happened.
Yeah.
So I thought it was fairly safe, but he
Yeah. I
allowed it.
want
Then
to.
he allowed it and saying he was done for doing it.
I want to see who that is that's trying to come up. They not showing their face, man. He said,
Fake
gotta
news.
love that S curl. I love LaShawn. Salute, brother. It's good to see you in here, man. He says, my brother-in-law and his kids are probably experiencing that American culture shock right now, aka sticker shock. Yeah.
Sticker shot.
Where doesn't Superman change nowadays since there's no longer phone booths? He probably Superman changed in the back of an Uber now.
I noticed your version of Clark Kent doesn't hide his muscles. You can see the muscles in his suit. Usually
Oh,
Clark
God.
Kent hides his muscles.
Yeah, it's
Oh, yeah.
AI.
Oh,
It's
it don't really bother me. I just thought it was funny.
Yeah, he's that's TJ, man. Y'all
TJ
know
got muscle, man.
TJ
TJ
brolic,
got muscle.
man.
He got muscle.
He said, "Boy, I had to ride home, but some shit happened, and he had to leave with my luck. Damn, to get some sleep. Well, I waited 4 hours for them to get my bag off the plane. Global entry backfired. Yeah, I remember I left my DJI Pocket on the phone, man.
Oi.
But they went right back in. I didn't make it far. Like I realized like before I even got off the ramp, and it still took like a half an hour for them to bring it out.
Oh, when I first moved to Thailand, I went to Chiang Mai, and they had lost my luggage. Got delayed because they left it in another country, so I had to wait 2 to 3 days to get my luggage. Lucky I had a
Oi.
carry on, had money, my card and stuff like that. So I just wound up buying a few clothes while I was there, waiting on my stuff to get here.
Yeah.
Oi. My God.
AJ says he's looking forward to your next live, Ryan.
Yes, I'll be doing it soon. Don't worry.
but at least
Surprised you
they
ain't
brought
doing
it.
it now. Shit.
But at least when they got my luggage in Thailand, they brought it to my house. I mean, brought it to the place I was staying at.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I see you, bro. I see you. That's Trez. All right. So I'm gonna let you up, man.
Hello, sir.
Trez, what up, bro?
Man, the hood.
I,
What's the word?
how's it
Thank you
going,
for that super
Triz?
chat earlier, bro.
Tracy?
So I
What's
looked
the
at that
word?
$70 ride. Chilling, chilling, chilling. It's a good day, man. How y'all
Beat you
days
a lot.
been, man?
Huh?
How y'all days been, bro?
My day's been great, man. Everything has been good. Everything falls into place.
Woke up early and my back was hurting me pretty good, so I took my pain meds. So if I seem a little dopey, you know why.
That's all good. It's all good.
I feel like Trez. I feel like everything's falling into place, man. Even the bad days, it still seem like something positive comes out of it.
Mm.
Man, I ain't had a
Something,
bad day yet.
you know.
There
That's
was
the crazy part about it.
Oh,
I remember saying that I didn't know what to get my wife on Valentine's Day
oh
because we
God.
have pretty much everything we need and pretty much everything we want. Said something about giving her money, and they brought up the thing. He said, "I thought you said you don't leave with your wallet." And I go, "Well, that's not leading with you."
Shit.
I said, "That's not actually leading with your wallet." Besides, she likes money.
So you
Shit,
spend it.
that's. I said that's your wife, man. Shit.
You want to spend money.
All that bullshit go out the window, man. All that red pill shit go out the window, man. That's your wife, man.
Yes,
You know.
and like when I was talking about earlier, like my wife, I give her so much money per month, and that's to take care of the utilities, the food, the house, what needs to be taken care of. And I don't really give her any extra money, and that's an incentive for her to save money for her to have to spend on herself. If it's like something we need or something that we really want, and it's outside of the household, I'll go ahead and buy.
Mm.
But there's some guys that get married, they take care of everything. Plus, they give their lady a ton of money per month, spending money. What they gonna spend it on?
Yeah, I noticed I gotta be careful with the comments, leaving the comments up there, because the last time Trez was up here, bro, I think your face was covered like the whole damn time, man. I went back to like edit the video, clip it up. I was like, damn, I gotta be careful with that, man.
Well, if my face
So,
was covered up, that's probably a good thing. Save your viewers a lot of headache. You know?
like this the whole time in the comments, because I be like losing. I don't be paying attention to that shit, man. But now I'm like, yeah, let me
Like
make sure now.
maybe it's a good thing that the comments are covering up my face a little bit, keep from breaking the live stream.
Oh, seriously?
I guess we are ugly, man. Fuck it.
Oi.
We are ugly, man.
And you
They
know what?
say they
I
say
come to
beauty
terms
is in the
with that a
eye.
long time ago. You
That's
know,
it.
it's never bothered me.
It is
And
what it is.
I've like I've had these discussions about people have the discussion about ranking 1 to 10 and stuff like that. I'm a solid 4, and I'm okay with that. You know what I'm saying? I know where I rank, and I'm not trying to portray myself to be a higher value, at least from an aesthetic standpoint, than I actually am. I mean, it's fine because at the end of the day, that makes my achievements that more meaningful because I'm doing it against the odds versus somebody who's maybe classically attractive, classically handsome, right? Whatever they achieve is like, well, I mean, that's based on the genetic lottery.
I
Yep.
might get a
I
little
just take
flack
it
for
as it is.
I might get a little flack for saying this, but I'm gonna say it
Uh-oh.
anyway.
Uh-oh.
Most men know their value. It's mainly the women that overprice themselves.
Yes. I would think so.
Well,
I would think
Yeah, I
so.
agree.
Blizz,
Yeah.
I had this discussion many years ago, back when I was on YouTube, and I actually stated that it's kind of like what you would consider um, bell curve, and I believe the correct term is Bloom's taxonomy. So essentially, where you have, um, if you go to a classroom, certain classrooms, they'll grade on what's called a curve scale. So they'll take an actual, like maybe a graphical representation that can be actually plotted with mathematics. You'll have like a curve where you'll have like people on one end of the spectrum. It's a small amount of people in the very low end, and then towards the middle, the the prevalence increases. And then as you get more towards the extreme on the high end, then you see that sharp drop off again. And then you have like this kind of what they call a bell curve. And this kind of be indicative of intelligence based on somebody's test scores. You can kind of surmise that, well, this person has a higher, intellectual quotient or aptitude based on their ability to score high on a particular test. And so if we were to uh, kind of transpose this intellectual quotient on attractiveness, what you'll find is that there's a similar distribution amongst humans. There's a lot of people who are in the middle as far as physical attractiveness or aesthetics is concerned, right? But as you go further and further on each end of the spectrum, that number sharply drops off. From my opinion, the ones and the twos, right? These are people that are generally not seen. Most people are ones. We're talking about genetic anomalies, right? People who have birth defects and things like that. And so a lot of those, I would say ones, you don't see those in the population because they die either in during developmental stages within the fetus as a fetus, or they die shortly, after childbirth because of their.
He froze.
So they're generally relegated to a long-term facility, so you don't see them, right? But then the threes on up is what you generally see, right? And so any guy that appear on the panel, you have to be a minimum of three because you probably wouldn't be able to function enough to have this conversation. So we can at least agree that everybody on this panel is at least a 3 or higher, right?
Oi.
I'm a 10.
Well, I'll take it.
Perfect 10. You can't tell me otherwise. Nah. At best, with my age, I'm 5 at best.
Yes, I agree with
That
that.
just depends on who's
I
looking
agree
at
with
me.
that one.
Well, the numbers just don't, like, if from a mathematical standpoint, it's impossible for the sheer number of women that claim to be 8s or higher. It's a statistical impossibility because the numbers just don't hash out. I would say within a given, depending on the size of your town, if you have a town of say 50,000 people or less, there may not be a 10 in your entire town. That's just the fact. That's just how the numbers hash out, right? And so I think that the problem is that nobody has ever presented this to women from a mathematical standpoint and say just based on the statistics. Like if we were to give a population, let's just say we would take a sample group of 1,000 people. Out of that 1,000 people, we would say like maybe, okay, out of 1,000 people, there can only be 20 of you that are 10s. Maybe, 45 of you that are 9s, right? And then as you go from down to 8 and down to maybe 3, that number kind of rises, then again it falls off again. So based on those numbers, and you were to say, now if you were to rank people, take that entire group and then rank them, and then I think that as like a scientist, you would have to apply the number because people are never going to actively rate themselves.
No. And what happens in those small towns? You said there's probably no 10s.
They leave.
If the 6, well, the 10s leave, right? Even if there is one. And then, if the 6 is the highest number in the town, guess who gets treated like the 10? The 6.
Yeah.
That's the highest. You know what I mean?
Well, here's the thing. Technically speaking, that 6 then becomes a 10 because we have to redistribute that bell curve based on the sample group that we have. So if you have a town of 50,000 people, then their 10 is a 6. That's why people will say the terms like, "Oh, this is a Las Vegas 8 or a Miami 9 versus a Idaho 10." You understand what I'm saying? That's the reason why
Yeah,
they say these things.
yeah. The Las Vegas, LA 10
Right? So
Somebody
like,
look.
for instance,
Somebody.
a LA
is not the
10
same
would
as a
probably
Waterbury
be
10.
a LA 10 would probably be like a Columbia 7 or 8.
So somebody looking from the outside goes, "She's a 6 at best." Well, the guy speaks up, says, "Well, she's a 10 in my neck of the woods."
That's right.
Oh,
Look,
God.
even if you're good looking, looks fade over time, only leaving the
That's true.
heart.
That is very true. They do.
But
Unless
I
you get a
think
ton of plastic surgery and
Yeah.
Botox.
Bit of facelifts. Nick and tuck.
Like I pay no attention to
Oh, no.
what
Numbers.
people grade me
Ratings.
as.
No.
you
It
say you
is
pay
what
no
It's
it
attention to
is.
what?
To what my number would be,
No.
basically.
No, I don't either.
Like,
I agree with that one.
Well, I mean,
it
I
is
think
what it
that as guys, we're more outcome oriented. And so based on our outcomes, we naturally stratify ourselves as men. We form our own hierarchy systems based on outcomes versus trying to have a more egalitarian system like that's typical of women. And most men are okay with that. Most men are okay with the hierarchical system based on outcomes.
Yeah,
views.
I
My
agree.
my views. Your world says looks fade over time, except for J Lo. Yeah, but can you imagine how much
No, her
plastic surgery she had done?
no her looks are J Lo looks are fading, man.
Oh,
Significant.
They absolutely are.
when I was
Boy.
You
younger,
gotta do a
Yeah, that,
side
I
by.
like.
She still look good for her age. She still look
yes,
good for her
yes.
age, but if you put
But,
her looks faded, man, put it side by side,
boy,
yeah. Halle Berry look good for her age,
but she's
but
faded.
she don't look like Halle Berry.
No, no,
Yeah.
I agree with that, Liz. She don't. She, all the celebrities fade.
But she still
Their
look
looks
dick,
just go.
Sade.
What gets
Well, I mean,
me?
and I think that's the biggest issue because it's almost like equity, right? Within the confines of a relationship, the woman retains her highest value that she was while she was intertwined with said man, right? That's
Mentally.
kind of how guys are. We have a sense of loyalty where we kind of preserve that woman's value as long as we're together. But what happens is because that man has still propped this woman up as a 8 or 7 that she was at her peak through the duration of the relationship, in her mind, if she leaves, she's still that 8 or that 7, despite the fact that to the outside world, she's aged significantly and her looks have faded over time. So now she re-enters the dating market, and now she's faced with the reality that she's competing with versions of her younger self.
Mm.
I remember seeing it.
Thomas crazy. Thomas.
Oh my god. Yeah, man.
Well, I
Hey,
think what the guys.
He said, "Beauty's in the eye of the beholder."
yeah.
Have y'all ever seen that video where the guy walks around and asks ladies if height matters? They go, "Height matters." And he
Messing my best. No.
pulls out the weight scale for them to get on.
Oh,
And you notice how mad they get? Oh, God. The difference between height and weight, height you don't have no control of how
no.
tall you
To
are.
go from being there
Weight
to
you can
zip.
actually control,
Yes.
Yeah.
I wish I could.
but
Well,
women didn't see it that way.
No.
I think the biggest problem about the height issue is that, or even a weight issue, if you really say by extension, is that it has to be stated. Like if a woman says, like if women were to say, well, I want my guy a little bit taller, and it doesn't necessarily have to quantify it because a guy can then lie about his height and a woman would say, oh, well, that's fine. Because they really don't know. I've seen these little discussions And a woman will say, "Oh, well, I need a guy that's at least 6 foot," and then the guy will be 6 foot, but because she can't determine, she doesn't really know. For her, it's just an arbitrary number to her. But it's just the principle and the optics, not even principle, it's the optics of saying, hey, my boyfriend is 6 foot. Because I work around all women and I hear them say these type of things, right? It's always my boyfriend, he's he has to drive a truck because he's 6'2". He can't fit in a small car, and it's like they find any reason they can to kind of express the fact that their boyfriend or their husband or whatever is a certain height. You even see women say that about their sons. Oh, my son is tall. He's 6'3", and they're so proud of that. For them, it really is like a big deal, and it kind of perpetuated in their social circles. Women consistently talk about height with their significant other families.
Yeah, I'm
sure that's okay.
I don't know.
I'm sure
that kind of reminds me
probably
of
the shortest one. I'm the shortest one on the panel. I could probably absolutely say that.
I'm 5'9".
I'm 5 foot 10.5 inches tall.
Yeah, I'm the shortest.
I'm 5'9". I'm sure.
Yeah.
That's
Salute DIY is in the building. What up, bro?
6 foot all over.
Robert's in the house. Hello, Robert.
Believe in yourself.
Yeah, that's sort of. I might have. My brother's shorter than me, actually.
Well, there's a Reddit post that's going around right now, and there's a video chat platform. I think it's called Omegle, and there's a guy. I guess he's a content creator, and he's just basically screen recording some of the conversations he's having on his platform. And so he had a conversation with two, I think they were Hispanic women, or girls, whatever the case may be, young adults. And he was showing them pictures of different people. And he was showing them pictures of, average guy, athletically, fit guy, 6-pack abs and things of that nature. And then he showed, and they were rating them and they were giving them, really low ratings, 2s and 3s. And then he showed them a picture of actually a clinically obese woman. And they immediately said that this woman was a 10. That was like their default setting to just automatically associate a woman with a high rating versus a man. They automatically associate that man with a low rating. And I think it's just there's just so much social conditioning that goes into that. It's almost like it becomes subconscious to a point.
I've seen videos like that go like destroyers thinking they're perfect again. That reminds
for me, like
me,
you were saying with the height and women not really knowing, it reminded me when I like hear these lists. When I hear these, like, how they came out like last year or so. Oh, women have these lists and lists, and I was like, man, don't pay no attention to that. Don't pay, the 6 things or the 10 things.
6
and I'm
sixes.
Like, it was more than that. Some of them had like 10 things on it, right? But my take was, fellas, don't pay attention to the fucking list. It's a list full of bullshit. You know what I'm saying? All you really have to do is hit one of those dots on that list, and you in there. You in there, bro. They don't give a damn about. Most people don't give a damn about that list. That list is just to ward off the motherfuckers that don't have the courage. That's really what it is, man. Believe me, I have hit like 3 things on the list and still been in there, bro. I ain't trying to be funny, but
I remember a video where it was a store and each level had like 6 floors on it, and each level had a little bit better man. And the rule was you can go up a floor, but you couldn't come back down the floor. And each floor, each man was a little bit better than before. And on the 6th floor, when the majority of the women went to the 6th floor because they're always looking for something better, looking for the best thing, it says on this had a little sign there saying these type of men do not exist in this world. Therefore,
No.
you know, they can go back down and choose someone from the other floor. You
Mm.
know, they're always looking for something. They base
Perfection.
a lot of things that, you know, are unrealistic, you know, from what the
Mm.
average man can do. And
Mm.
they are average at best themselves.
Yeah, I've heard
Yeah, we're
variations
all.
of that like scenario over the years. And but I think it's important to remember that we're talking about specific demographics of women that are consistently looking for.
Yeah, because
It's like Blizzard. He was saying that he's short. I remember him saying he's 5'7". If he
No,
goes
I
to
ain't five
Philip
seven. I ain't 5'7".
5'5",
Yeah, I'm 5'5".
5'1".
I I'm
I
5'9".
remember it was one of
Yeah.
those two. If he went to the Philippines, he's automatically going to be most taller than most
I
Filipinos. So
yeah, they
you
are.
know, and they don't
Filipinos
really
are,
concern themselves about
are
height.
short. I'll tell you that now. They are short asses.
Yeah,
Well,
but when
and
you
that's
Mm.
one of the things that when I hear people who try to give dating advice, and I see this on Reddit too, right? You'll have guys who have certain performance metrics that they meet, and particularly height, and that's for women is very important. But then we'll try to convey, or articulate, how to have successful women when their success is not based on because a lot of it is just the initial attraction. So
Mm.
if you already attempt to approach somebody who's closed off to the ideal of you based on you not meeting a certain performance metric, you already have a significant uphill battle versus somebody who doesn't have to contend with that shortcoming, um, pun intended. And so it just significantly disingenuous when somebody tries to give advice when they have an entirely different circumstance. So when you say that you're 5'5", um, I think that you would probably be significantly more qualified to give advice because you've had to come from you had to approach the situation from significant adversity, and so your success, I think, isn't due to gimmicks. There actually has to be some sort of technique in addition to
Mm.
confidence, obviously, but there has to be some sort of technique involved, and a skill set associated with your outcomes. And I think that's something that's beneficial to be shared.
Mm.
Yeah,
well,
maybe one day.
you
I don't
you
give
got
date.
people
I don't give dating advice, man.
you got
I
people
don't
that
care
just
about
like to
voice.
date and have a good time. They're never really serious. And those
Yeah,
people,
I'll be
you know,
honest.
that's
I
their life.
never until I started coming online. I never realized how hard the dating scene was. Like, to be honest, like I've always been able to have relationships. Like I didn't have all these struggles that guys are talking about, and I really had to stop myself and think the way you were just talking about. Um, everybody's not you. Somebody even said that to me before on the
Mm.
live stream. Like, well, everybody's
Oh,
not you. We're not all having success with relationships. I said maybe I'm not
I,
having success, but
I have.
damn, I be shooting my shot when I feel like it, and I get turned down, and sometimes I don't.
Mm.
But I'm sure I wouldn't qualify for a lot of these lists. But guess what? I still am with people that said they wouldn't date a short person. You know what I'm saying? It's weird. Maybe
Man,
that's why I'm saying like don't really pay attention to what's on that bullshit list because half of the shit on the list they don't care about. They just heard it from somebody else's list.
Well, in all fairness, I think that we come from a different era where there was a time before the internet, so you had to actually cold approach in person. And so I come from the era going to the malls,
Mm-hmm.
going to the club parking lot, and getting rejected. Like, and I've talked about this. Like, if I were to actually calculate, my success ratio, I would say if I talk to 100 women, I might actually, or if I attempt to talk to 100 women, I might have maybe 15 actually engage in the conversation. Out of that 15, I might have an actual chance with 5 of them, right?
Yep.
And out of that 5, I might convert, actually, have actual quote unquote success with two out of them. So 2 out of 100 is what I'm
That's
batting
about
at.
right. That's
And
about right.
so, and for a lot of people, those are daunting odds and very discouraging. And so they say, well, if you talk, because I've had this conversation with some people before. Actually, it was maybe about a couple months ago. I had this conversation, and when I told them this, what my quote unquote success rate or maybe even lack thereof, they were like, man, why even try? Like I would, and they're saying like, this is why I don't even attempt to talk to women because it's just not worth it. And like, why even try? And this, that, and the third. And I'm like, well, I mean, what's the alternative? I really don't have a choice because now,
Exactly.
and the thing about it is that
What's the alternative?
For me, I've seen the difference in people that I know going out as a group, right? And people that I know not, and I'm just being objective here, right? If we look at other performance metrics, right, that are actually quantifiable, not stuff that's subjective, like what is your accomplishments from a scholastic standpoint? What is your economic outlook? You know, do you own property? Do you like what is your credit score? How much debt do you have? What is your annual income? Things like that. If we were to actually look at those performance metrics, I would be in the top 95% of the population worldwide. But those are things that I don't necessarily articulate when I'm having a conversation because I don't lead with my wallet. Because I'm not intending to quote unquote trick on a woman because I don't feel like that's genuine desire if I have to do that to get her attention anyway. But based on those performance metrics, that's where I kind of exceed the conversation. But because women don't know that, I've seen how women will actively pursue a guy based on
Yeah, but a lot of guys down that used to cold approaching women, they tend
Yeah,
to give off a creeper when they first meet them.
that is so true. I
Who
agree
you?
with myself.
Well, the
I think
problem
that's a
is
new
who you.
phenomenon though. Because
It really is. And
historically,
who are you approaching? Who are you
mm,
approaching? And that's another thing is when we just said that men, they realize kind of where they fall at on the scale. You got to kind of punch somewhere in that range unless you have something that makes you stand out. That's why men lead with their wallet because they
Or
don't want to
something else.
punch within their weight class.
They're punching, yes.
You know what I
well,
mean?
I mean, but here's the thing. What is your weight class? Because if we look at women who may claim that their weight class is a certain level, yet their outcomes don't reflect that claim, are the men that are actively pursuing them and getting turned down punching above their weight class? Or look at it this
It
perspective,
may
right?
be in. Yeah, you may. I see what you're saying.
Look at it from this perspective, right? If we look at now, right, we can kind of even shift gears. The housing market right now. You have a lot of houses that are listed on the MLS, and you look at the days on market. They've been on the MLS 180 days, 240 days, 313 days. They're languishing on the market. Why? Because they're priced too high. The market has already spoken. They just haven't heeded the message. So they continue to languish on the market because they expect to get the price that they want. And so it's the same concept with people who, think that they're entitled to a certain caliber or echelon of men or women, and they continue to kind of hold out until they get that. And sometimes they just never get it.
That's their problem. And that's what because I had this conversation with my brother a while ago. He was like, "No, we need to put these women in their place, and somebody needs to tell these women that this." And I'm like, "Bro,
Uh,
I ain't telling women
oh,
shit,"
hell no.
because he was trying to tell me like that I need to like, "Oh, you always talking to men, and you always trying to hold men accountable. Why you don't talk to the women?" I said, "Cause I'm not a woman. I don't understand what they going through. But if they want to
Yeah.
be up there and they want to think so highly of themselves. What does that have to do with me?
And nothing.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Eventually, I'm gonna want to buy a house. Eventually, I'm gonna want to buy a house. I'm not gonna be out yelling for the whole real estate market to lower their prices. You know,
That
I'm
ain't
gonna
gonna
find the house I like, and I'm gonna
happen.
purchase
Forward.
it eventually.
Yeah, I
You know,
agree. I'm not
I
going to
agree with
waste
that.
time trying to put women in their place. I'm going to find the right one
Oh,
for me. And luckily, I'm
that's all
happily
you.
married now.
That's all
Well,
you
yeah,
can do. That's
yeah.
all you could do.
you can't in the westernized civilization contextual framework. It is impossible. It is an impossibility for men to put women in their place. The only way that's actually applicable is in some type of draconian, Islamic caliphate where men have total dominion over women. It's virtually impossible to do here. But the problem is that you can quote unquote verbally put women in their place all you want to, but the actions of the men who capitulate to their demands speak a lot louder than your words.
Exactly. You wasting your time. You
Oh, yeah.
find the one for you. Find the
Yeah.
one for you. You
Yeah.
don't deal with the ones you don't want to deal with. I don't want to
Yeah.
put women in their place. I don't want to
No,
put women in their
yeah.
place. I want to find the right one for me. That's it.
That's
Well,
it.
That's it.
I think that he said I don't T Marsh 62 says I don't like the relationship experts in the Philippines. Nobody gives a fuck about your relationship advice. But here's the issue. I think the problem is that you have a certain demographic of YouTuber who have articulated how easy it is to have success in the Philippines, right? And so men come to the Philippines or they come to, Colombia, Dominican Republic, Kenya, and they come disillusioned to the reality. So I think that's important to have certain context, such as Sunshine Shoulders, who offers the counterpoint and says, well, I know that it's been told that you'll automatically be successful in the Philippines, but here's the reality. Here's what's behind the veil of this quote unquote success. And I think that's just as important.
Yeah.
Hey,
Well,
Elat, how you doing? Let me say hello, hi to Elat. Hey, Elat, how are you? It's good to see you in here. Gotta say hi because it's not popping up over here, but I see it
No.
on YouTube. So salute.
Yeah.
She said, just passing through, showing love, Blizz. So salute to Elat.
Yeah.
Always wonderful
I mean,
when we had the ladies in here, for real.
in truth, it's only a very few people that go overseas that are actually successful.
mm,
Most of them
true.
go over there with the same old problems, making the same old mistakes. They don't work on themselves.
Mm,
They don't take time to research, to understand the culture, adjust to that culture because they think that they're entitled. And if you're going to take advice for somebody, you should take it for somebody that is in a long, successful relationship. If you take marriage advice, it should be somebody that's in a successful marriage.
mm,
You don't want to take advice from a guy that's been dated 100 different women saying he's a dating expert for serious relationship. You don't want to talk to a guy that's been about marriage that's been divorced 4 or 5 times in a row. You choose who you take your advice from.
That's why I don't give relationship advice.
I did it.
I'm
Shout out
not.
to,
I
shout out
love
to
that
Rush
one.
RS. Thank you for that correction. He says the top 5%. I think he was addressing to me. That was basically I said top 95%. What I was
Yeah.
in my mind, what I was saying was the 95th percentile, which is the same as the top 5%.
95% of the
Let me
women
read this
try to
comment.
date the top 5 percentile chats.
There you go.
Yeah,
No,
let me read these comments,
it's
man. Hold
actually
up, hold up, hold up.
the top
Oh, no.
5%, not percentile.
Let me read
Percentile would
this.
be 95th
That's what.
percentile.
He said, "Got to shoot the shot," but I think some people are trying to shoot from one-handed and backwards from full court. Turn around and move closer.
Oi.
Yeah, do that
Right.
layup, man. Do that layup.
That's it. Sometimes you got to take the layup, man.
Oh,
Shoot
yeah.
within your range. Shoot within your
Matter of
range,
fact,
man.
take the layup off the glass, man. Don't be trying to do the wrist
The
flick and
finger
all
roll.
that.
Oh, showing off. Oh my
That's
god.
it,
Oh,
man.
A
But
lot of things
yeah,
men got to understand. When you go overseas, they think they're gonna go overseas and get something over on those women and stuff like that. Like they can, a lot of them are gullible.
mm,
Most you got to understand for how many hundreds of years or more people have been going overseas from different
mm,
countries to visit them and stuff like that. They're
yeah.
well versed in dealing with foreigners, and
Mm.
All right, so
a lot of them knows how to wrap you around the finger.
let me
Yeah.
ask you this: is that the reason why some of these men go over there and they only want to deal with the youngest women possible because they feel like they could get something over on them?
Um,
You know, these
I don't think so.
I,
30,
I think
they
some
want to
works
deal with an
depends where they
18
go,
year
I
old or
suppose.
something.
No, I think honestly, you know, obviously that might be an element of it, but I think that there's actually some people who physically desire somebody, and they would never be able to achieve that realistically speaking in the United States, because the actual delta between um, your American dollar income versus the median income of the population you're looking to quote unquote exploit, um, and I'm just using that term very loosely, is significantly greater in, you know, say for instance the Philippines, because let's say you're in the United States and you're looking at the average 18-year-old, she's not living in abject poverty. So your 50, 60, $70,000 a year income isn't impressive, despite the fact that she may not have income herself. Versus you go somewhere like the Philippines, where, you know, you make more than their entire family's income combined, significantly multiple times over, and she'll never, you know, be able to experience, you know, the level of, what you consider wealth, you know, relative wealth that you have. And so there's a significant impetus to align themselves with an American for some people who look at that as a financial, comeuppance. And so I think that's the big difference. And, you know, and like I don't think all the guys are necessarily that are looking for women, 18 and stuff like that, you know, or younger women. I don't think there's all of them are, you know, wrong. I just think personally, you know, I'm not interested in somebody that's 18 years old. Even 25 is a stretch, you know, for me. Even though they're adults, I'm just saying personally speaking, you
Mm.
know, that's just not something, because I don't think that, you know, mentally there's going to be a connection, and then at some point, you know, it's going to rear its ugly head. And I think a lot of guys who, you know, you're able to, you know, get with a woman that age, you know, say for instance in you know, Philippines, Colombia, whatever the case may be, but then
Yeah.
at some point she's going to desire, you know, somebody that's closer to her age, because there's such a significant age gap. And so that's when you run into issues where, oh, when my woman stepped out on me, and, you know, or she took my money and she ran off with, you know, a Filipino guy or whatever the case
Mm-hmm.
may be. You know, we've heard those stories a million
Yep.
times,
Yep.
right?
Hey,
Well,
It's
Wishy.
not being realistic.
Miss you Wish is in the
Wishy.
building. Miss you Wish is in the
Miss
building.
hey,
Wishy's in the
Wishy.
house. Wishy
How you
Coy's in the
doing?
house.
Well, even the women in the Philippines, or just like the women in
Oh, anyway.
America, when they get older, because when they get older, the probability of having been with multiple partners is high,
Mm.
and the chance of them having children is higher. And a lot of men don't want to deal with, somebody else's children from another marriage or
Mm.
relationship. You got
So
to
a lot
look
of
at
men
it
don't
that
want. A
way.
lot of men don't want to deal with their own children. Like we gotta be real.
That's a
But
We
true
gotta be
too.
real. Believe me, I've experienced that
I'm,
shit in real life.
And
I'm
and you
saying,
have
Real.
to you have to be careful in the Philippines because right now they currently don't have any divorce over there. They do have an
no.
annulment, but that's expensive, long process, and not guaranteed that you'll get it. So you can get in trouble with dating a woman over in the Philippines if she's still legally married if you're not careful, or they'll at
Mm.
least try to
Yeah, but
blackmail you.
Ray says these
Yeah.
kind of dudes I don't understand. I'm sure it makes them look fantastic to an 18-year-old when you own all your shit and can buy whatever. But I don't understand it honestly, man.
Yeah.
It's just not your mind state.
No.
Well, I
It's
mean,
No.
hard to understand it. Like for
there's a
me, it's
certain,
like, what could we have in common? Like I've heard the dudes say, I've heard
Mm.
married men in the Philippines, not, and it's not just Philippines. I don't want to just keep saying Philippines, Philippines, but I've heard married men say, we can't even talk about nothing. She don't understand me. We got nothing in common. It's like, what the fuck are you doing with this woman then? If you can't have a conversation and she can't understand you, you haven't been able to overcome that culture barrier. What are you doing with her?
Yeah, you
It
gotta
makes no sense to me how a man could be with a woman, to be married to a woman, and they cannot understand each other. They cannot have a conversation and truly understand each other, man.
yeah, most people don't understand that there's a language barrier, cultural difference, and if you date somebody that's really young, there's a generation gap. And and being a foreigner and you going overseas to meet a woman, that creates conflict and friction in there, right there. And most people are not willing
But
to compromise to find a middle ground that suits both of them.
yeah, well, yeah, it's from me, for a person from me, my perspective, with a disability, to find a woman, it's very
I can
hard.
just,
It's very hard for me to find someone. So I can say get what you're saying, Adam, but for me, from my perspective, it's difficult for me to actually talk to a woman anywhere, either it be at the public or something like that. It's very hard for me to do because I can't
there
understand what sort of stuff I'm going through. You know what I mean?
Where are you
there's
located at?
Hmm?
Where are you located? Are you in England somewhere?
No, I'm in Australia.
Australia.
Oh, Australia. Oh, okay. I mean, the
Oh
accent,
my god, man.
the accent is kind of, to an American ears, the accent is kind of similar.
It's kind of
I
close.
remember
It is.
sitting
It is.
Yeah.
sitting in the
There's
going,
Like,
there's
you
two
guys,
girls on.
you guys say crikey and bloke and all that type of stuff, right?
yeah, we do.
Crikey.
We
Good
just,
day, man.
Good
no,
day, mate. There you go.
yeah, we say that.
Cheerio.
I don't
There's
care,
Oh, we
two.
bro.
don't say that too.
I don't care.
There's
Some of these dudes are weird, bro. I'm not gonna lie, bro. And when I like, some of it is weird though. Some of it, and when I say weird, I mean like PDF, borderline PDF type of shit. That's what I mean when I say weird. Just so y'all know. If you ever hear me calling
there's
somebody, when you ever hear me call somebody a weirdo, that's what I'm talking about. But
You know,
I want to say real quick, like, because we hear this shit and the excuse is always,
Oh,
well, they grow up faster. Their mom has them cooking and watching the kids at 8 and 10 years old. Like that makes it okay. Like that has developed their mind enough to be able to handle being with a grown 40,
yeah.
50-year-old man who experiences life, who thinks totally different, man.
Mm.
Like,
well,
oh,
I also
she was
think,
cooking at 12, so that
Boy.
makes her ready to be a wife at 18.
Oh,
I
what I
don't
was
get
I
it.
also think that and this is what I've heard from the perspective of certain men, they feel as though if because of the outcome or potential outcome of a woman in a relationship with them from an impoverished area, versus their outcomes had they been with somebody, more local, is significantly better. So the justification is there, even though they may have been, denied certain opportunities if they were allowed to just, be young. Um, but it's like, well, she was doomed from the get-go because of where she was born and the family she was born to. She was never going to have a good outcome if she hadn't met me. So I think a lot of guys justify it from that perspective.
Yeah, what I was going to say, I know two women in Thailand. One is 24, the other one is 27 years old. And if you look at them, they look like they still belong, they look like teenagers that belong in high school. They
Well,
look
I
like
mean, also,
they look like they about 14, 15, 16 years old.
well, I mean, no, actually, they look how they're supposed to look
Yeah,
because
mm.
versus being in America where you're eating all this, GMO food full of hormones,
yeah,
they're high, BMIs over here. So women are they just look far more developed than what they should be based on the diet versus over there, you're not really eating the the exorbitant amount of excess calories that that you have here. We have no shortage of food here.
None at all,
If you,
man. Salute to TJ on the train. Salute, bro.
you
TJ.
just have to understand if you're going to date a really young woman
Overseas.
overseas, there's going to be
Is she great?
language barrier, cultural gap, and a
Mm.
generation gap.
Yeah.
Yo, they keep calling Triz TJ, man.
Who called me
That's
TJ?
Triz. That's the second
I
one.
was gonna say
Somebody else.
that.
Oh, somebody else said it earlier. I didn't even read the comment. My bad.
Hey man, you
Sydney.
know what?
Sydney Shaw, salute, bro. I'm sorry about that, man. And Wishy just said it, yo.
Y'all can call me whatever y'all want to. TJ. I guess
Yo,
it's
yo.
TJ Combo from Killer Instinct, the video game.
He said that's 1,000% not me. But he said, bro, looks like my dark side. Low key.
It is. It kind of does. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
You know,
Triz.
That's all.
like I said before, I don't consider myself like a content creator. I'm not trying to get internet famous. I come up here to chop it up, but I don't need my likeness all out there because I'm not trying to be an internet personality. So
I'll be back.
I like it like this.
You like,
I did use you in the short though. So, and
Oh well, I mean,
I-
it's whatever. But I'm not promoting myself is what I'm trying to say.
all right.
You know
the
what
way
I'm saying?
you're set up in your background is like on one of them conspiracy theories where they don't really want to show who they are. They talk about a lot of different stuff. I know that's not the case with you, but that's kind of vibe. I get.
It might be the case with me. It might be. You never know. Maybe I'm hiding something.
Never know. Nah,
Wanted in 50 states.
I hope not.
Wanted by Interpol.
What about the Anunnaki? Get their opponents.
TJ says it's like that
Big
one
ball
meme. All
whites.
women are queens versus if she breathes, she's a thought. Yeah.
But it's like I said before. Most men don't want to drown in the sea of trolls to try to find a good one.
Wait, say that again?
Most men don't want to drown in a sea of trolls to find a good woman.
Well, ain't that what you gotta do though? What are you
Yeah,
supposed
you got
to do? You supposed to
got
just
that.
breathe and you supposed to just breathe and a good woman fall in your lap?
Well,
No,
and that's
I'm just
the thing.
Like,
I'm just gonna fly over it. I ain't gonna go swimming in it.
but how do you how where do you meet a good woman? How do you meet a good woman? They just out there, you just gonna I don't know, bump into her one day. I don't get
Yeah.
it.
But here's the thing: how can you distinguish from a good woman and a bad woman if you haven't met both?
Well, it's fairly easy for me. My older sister taught me which type of woman to avoid. Um, there are good women back home in America. They're just harder to find these days, and there's still good men in America.
They're
same
harder to
scenario.
find because men are scared to fail. One, they don't want to approach anymore. They're being told by the older guys. They're being scared because of the experiences that the older gentlemen have had. Like we see this. I push back against this all the time, man. Like you got grown men telling 18, 19, 20-year-old men to not date at all in America. Like that's ever like why would you ever want that to be in a reality? Why? One, you telling a teenage boy not to deal with women or girls? Is that really gonna happen on a large
Never
scale?
said that.
It would have never worked with. No, I'm not talking about you. I said other men.
Yeah,
I'm talking
yeah.
about the bigger picture. But we do see this. We do see it happening, bro.
Oh, yeah.
We seen it. I've seen it a lot. Started like with the rise of Kevin Samuels. Even though he wasn't saying that, a lot of people was spinning it off and turning it into that. You see the fucking incels. Incels say it. Red pills toss a lot of shit. It may sound like BS to us because we're grown men. But what does that sound like to a 16-year-old, a 15-year-old, a 18-year-old?
Just straight
When the
ahead.
men that are supposed to be your mentors and leading you are telling you to not deal with the women and the girls that you've been around your whole life. Like me, it wouldn't work. I don't give a damn what you say. I'm gonna deal with women,
No.
but
Well, you
for
can't
some people, God,
Well,
you can't create a bountiful harvest in toxic lands. Sometimes you have to seek more fertile grounds, maybe within your country or within another country. You gotta go because you gotta go to where it works for you, and that's difficult because a lot of people don't have a way out. They trapped where they are.
well,
For right now, they
well,
trapped for where they're at. They can't get ahead. But you know, you have to you have to do what's best for you and go where that works best for you. Whether it's in
well,
within a city, a country, within you know, like a country, a county within your in America, or wherever it's overseas. But it all mainly depends on you. You have to work on yourself first. Your
exactly.
happiness is from within. You can't spread happiness to other people if
mm,
you're unhappy with yourself. Nowhere in the world is going to magically fix the
I can hear it
problems if
now.
you're unwilling to fix them yourself.
I can hear it now, Ma.
And that's easier said than done
It's easier
because
said than done.
a
Like
lot
me,
of
I
people
say it
are
all. I
trapped.
say it all the time. I say it all the time. I've been married. I've been divorced. I paid child support. I've been in long term relationships that ended. Um, I've been through. I'm not up here saying these women suck and don't deal with them, and every woman here sucks. I'm not. I would never say that, man.
No.
One, it's not. It's unrealistic to believe that the majority of young men are not going to deal with women. Unless we want a nation full of crazed damn lunatics who ain't getting no sex, right? Or just awkward as hell, like because they don't know how to socialize. Like, do we realize that some men are advocating for that?
Well, I think
Yeah,
that is counterintuitive
Mm.
because as a nation, we rely on a specific population distribution in order to support social programs, in order to provide labor. Even in the dawn of artificial intelligence, we still need physical bodies, and we need young physical bodies to support the aging population. We see the damage that's on the horizon for countries like
Mm.
Japan and Korea, and so it's counterintuitive because it kind of it eliminates virtually eliminates sufficient reproduction. We see the numbers going down. The statistics kind of speak
Yeah,
for
it is going
themselves.
down.
Men and women are just not coupling, at least to the degree that they were, and the ones that are coupling, they're waiting to later and later. I'm a prime example. Even though I've had several relationships throughout my life, I don't have any children, um, and so
and
I'm failing at my obligation to provide replacement, to provide bodies, to provide labor, to provide productivity, to the nation that provided that for me.
Have some babies. No, no,
Well, some of us kill
nah.
off that
But
baby, so.
you at least don't have any babies that you know about.
they still.
This is
I
True.
love
true.
what
This, I
Sean
mean,
says.
Boy,
there's
I've heard of all
I'm
possibility.
that
saying that
Blizzard.
jokingly.
I know you
There's
did.
always
That
that
was terrible.
possibility. Yeah,
That was a
we'll never
dead
know.
joke.
You never know.
I
Let me read some comments real quick.
Yeah.
I love what Sean says. I've heard all that Blizzard. They still have a lot to learn, especially if they're going to the U.S. or a Western country. I had to send my wife to driver training like a teenager.
Boy.
And then TJ says the word you're looking for is food insecurity. Skinny girls you're seeing are suffering from food insecurity.
the rest are suffering from obesity.
TJ Maxx.
Boy.
Killer, Killer Instinct is a good Rush song.
God, that mister.
Louis Pagan Ponce says, if you are an older man, the best age for an Asian female is 29. Not too young, not too old. Best of both worlds, that age gives you the best percentage of relationship. Success.
Yikes.
Wait, it's called Lock and Key.
That was me.
Okay. This is the topic, guys. But we, like I said, once I open up the panel, we could talk about anything.
Yeah, you know.
It's how you want it. I use TJ Campbell, Killer Instinct. You just try to catch up a little bit.
Yeah, catch up.
Well,
Behind again.
I thought you was finished.
Silent. Nah, I'm probably like 6 minutes. I'm 6 minutes behind, which ain't bad for me. Silent Bill says, if you want to succeed, the only rule is don't be a dick. You can't tell an 18-year-old nothing. Nah, you can't. 18-year-old man with raging hormones, ain't no way. There you go, 18-year-old man, raging hormones. You got guys telling them don't fuck, basically. Don't fuck. It's crazy. It's not gonna work. Best way to meet a good woman is in a funeral. If they think you're telling them not to marry, women take all your shit these days after 2 years of marriage.
That's terrible.
Well, I'll come. Let me start that one. I'll come back to it. He said, T. Marshall, that's a bad contract. Not to marry without a legal protection plan is good advice, but natural attraction still exists. And young people are still getting married. I don't care what y'all say. I'm seeing it in real life.
Yeah.
He says, I'll never get married again. Fuck that. I will. I will. I would. I absolutely would. If I meet the right one. Again, if I meet the right one, I absolutely would, yo. That Al Bundy mentality is funny on TV, but it's sort of played out in real life. Absolutely.
Oh, God. Al Bundy.
Hey, women suck. Well, yes, many do. Not just women either. Yeah, we all suck. If there's a problem in America, it's all of our problem. I was married for 25 long-ass years. But you have a generation of dudes that were raised on that. And they're the ones that are divorced at 50 and couldn't amicably uncouple, so they're out here with slander. Yeah, exactly. Instead of taking accountability, which was step one tonight. The guy up top looks like sick grandpa. I cleaned it. Oh, shit. Japanese women appear to be the most feminine women on earth. I'm almost caught up, guys. Sydney says, marriage is like a glass bottle. Those on the outside want in, and those on the inside want out. Which one are you? Which one are you? I don't know. I did it, and I'll do it again for the right one. So instead of going, I looked at my divorce. These are the mistakes I made. I'm going to set you up to win. Yep. Lots of social retards here.
Oi.
The system isn't set up for a man to win.
Don't say that word. Oi. You never say that word around me, bastard.
I used to say that I have no children that I know of, but then again, I've always been a fan of condoms. Yep. Yes, Japanese women are incredibly feminine. All right. When I got married, I was broke and thought I had nothing to lose. I wouldn't take that chance now if I was still single. It takes two to make a thing go right, and don't take the genie out of the bottle. There you go. Caught up. All right. Any of that you guys want to respond to?
Yeah, the last one.
Yeah, I want to respond to something in a second. I want to pull up something, but go ahead.
Earlier, when we started,
Ryan, give Ryan a shot.
Yeah, but he put in before. I don't particularly like that word he put in the comment that was he Sydney? Silent Bill, whatever his name is. Wait, he's dropped off. Oh, it's dropped off. Oh God. Yeah, what he put in the comment, I don't like that R word, so please don't use that word around me because I don't like it. I get very cranky with it. So, yeah, Sydney, don't use that word again, Buster. Jeez. Oh, he's low.
All right, I'm back.
He's back. He's on. Yes. Yeah,
it takes two to make a situation, but I did start one from T. Marsh.
Earlier,
he said the system isn't set up for the man to win. What do you guys think about that?
Marriage in America.
It's a two-way street, really. It's a two-way
set up for the
man to win.
Women to win.
System. That's not a
divorce
system. System.
That's what I was gonna say.
I want to call
What
it a
I was gonna
system.
say was
You're on this.
divorce isn't set up for a man to win.
No.
That's
You know what I'm
it.
saying?
That's
But
more.
It's
That's
got
more the logical.
what I was
maybe
trying to
that's what.
say, what I was trying to say earlier, I didn't mean to cut you off, but what I was trying to say earlier before you read the comments, I was going to say
Oops.
people got tired of waiting around for the Antichrist to come along, so they create a version of him. You
Oof,
know,
I better
jokingly
bounce into
saying
my
that
live stream.
people
Let's
got tired of waiting for the
mess.
Antichrist, so they created an AI version of him.
I better do the old give me live stream, I suppose.
When you about to live stream,
Better
Ryan?
get back. Yeah, I got to bounce. Yeah, I got to
All
All right,
right,
bounce.
well,
brother.
take care.
Thanks for having me up again, Liz.
Hey, I appreciate you, man. Anytime.
Yeah, I'll be again.
Hey, go check
Well,
Ryan out, man. He's live streaming every day. He put in
yes,
the
I'm putting
work.
my work
Go
in.
check him out, y'all.
Hurting my old
Ryan
knees.
Avery, row 1.
That's
All right,
me.
brother. Peace, man.
See you,
Take
man.
it easy.
I will. You too, boys.
Okay.
But if my marriage
Yeah.
didn't work out in Thailand, I don't think I'll ever get married in America because the marriage laws and divorce courts are in favor of the woman. It doesn't end too well for the man. Now, if it became more balanced, then that's something that I might consider. But right now, it's unbalanced.
So it's all based on whether it fails or not. That's how you're going into it. That's how men are thinking nowadays. They're all basing it on if the marriage is going to fail or not.
Well, the thing with no fault divorce, a person can divorce you for any reason and don't have to have a reason to get a divorce. They took away
Okay.
the accountability, they took away the responsibility of the marriage. A lot of people don't take it as serious as they used to back in the olden days.
I'm not trying to, I don't advocate for or against marriage. I wouldn't tell a person either way. But
I'm just talking.
I think the messaging behind the reason why is kind of messed up, man. Kind of. It's off to me. It just feels off. Like, don't get married because one day you might get a divorce. Well, if you're thinking like that, that thinking should be the reason you don't get married.
And
You're
that's why I'm
already
not.
thinking about shit not working.
That's why I'm not married in America.
That's crazy though, because so if you pick this perfect woman you have, she just happened to be born in Thailand. If you picked her up and planted her on American soil, you wouldn't marry her just because she was in America. But
Well,
in Thailand, she's a perfect woman. So what's
just
that?
depends.
That's what I'm saying. She's the same woman, bro.
Once you bring that woman, a woman from overseas to America, then after a certain, I forgot the amount of time, after a certain amount of time, the marriage laws of America applies to themselves within their own home country. They don't, like in Thailand, they don't have no fault divorce or anything like that. You have to have reason for getting a divorce here. You can get a
I
divorce, but
know,
you gotta have reason.
I guess what I'm trying to say is that a woman that would just up and leave you one day for no reason was always the wrong woman for you.
Yep, I agree with that. It starts from men ignoring the red flags, and they put a ring on a finger anyway, and hoping for the best. And things don't change. It actually gets worse, and that can go the same with women. They marry a man, hoping they will change, become better, and nothing changes. People just rush into things and just don't take the time to find somebody that has similar values and principles to them. And that's probably the most biggest problem with people seeking relationships these days. They don't take the time, they rush into things.
I want to respond to a comment that somebody made earlier. Um, it was a comment that basically stated that it was a food insecurity that accounted for women having a certain aesthetic presentation.
Oh,
Um,
TJ, yeah.
you think is it okay if I respond to that, Bliss?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, if you can, I want to put something on the screen, and I'm going to feed it through my camera. So if you can just like maximize it and let me know if you can hear this. Hold on, let me try to switch it over real quick. Can you see that?
Yep.
Okay. Now let me know if you can hear this when I play it.
Girl is too fat. This girl.
Can you hear that?
Yep.
Okay. I just want y'all to listen to this and like watch this.
In China, this girl is too fat. This girl too dark. And this girl is too short, according to Chinese people. How unhinged are the beauty standards here in China? Here's a breakdown. Chinese people love their standardized tests. And for better or worse, beauty is also a test. Yes, there are literally beauty tests that are going viral all over social media. Pass the test, and you're an S tier back. Fail it, and you're definitely mid. So, what are the 4 most insane beauty tests that Chinese girls swear by? First is the A4 paper test. Hold a piece of A4 paper in front of your waist. If you can no longer
It froze. But yeah, that looks stupid to me.
Can you wrap your arm all the way behind your back and touch your belly button? Nails don't count. If so, you've got a waist that Chinese social media worships. Then there is the fish and collarbone test. How does it work? Basically, is your collarbone deep enough that a fish could swim inside? If so, then you're a big freaking deal in China. The hashtag 说不杀 really means your collarbone is so sexy. It kills. Are you a fan? Finally, we've got the 冷白皮 or cool skin test. Is your skin a warm tan tone, or is it a cool, pale, almost blue tone? If you're cool tone, then congratulations. You'll be glazed to no end in China. Bonus points if you have visible veins through your pale skin. It's low-key a niche that some guys and girls get way too into. So yeah, Chinese beauty standards are next level, and honestly, doing way too much, in my opinion. Because everyone's beautiful in their own way, right? And no shot, I'm letting some random social media challenge tell me I'm chopped. That's what the mirror's for. But what do you think? Think it or not?
Yeah, that look crazy, bro.
Some countries' beauty standards are crazy, off the charts.
Yeah, it look crazy as hell.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, I wanted to put that out there because the idea that it's merely because of maybe some poverty-stricken factors, which may be the case in certain countries, but that's just not the case everywhere. Just some places have pretty adamant beauty standards. Now that may be on the extreme side, but that's what their interpretation of beauty is. Every country has their own interpretation. I'm just using that as an extreme example to show that yeah, there could be reasons why, and I think that it goes to show that I think women realize the best deal that they're going to get is in America. And I don't really want to go down the rabbit hole, but I have other videos that I've kind of earmarked similar to this one, where women have gone overseas, trying to emulate the path of the quote unquote passport bro, and they're just not having the success that men are having. They're blogging about it, and there's a one woman in particular. She's recently went to Korea, and she was stated how basically blogging about how disappointed she is in Korean men. And I think it's more or less a situation where the Korean men that she thought were available in Korea are actually there. She just doesn't have access to them. And I think that's the people who generally have, poor poor assessments of the countries they visit are based on their inability to meet the standard in the country that they're in.
Or the country they from, probably.
Yeah.
At the same time.
So they go to these countries and they're expecting to have a certain outcome or at least have certain access, right? But because they're not at that level, because you gotta remember, most of these countries, there's a certain demographic. Let's say as a man, right? There's certain demographics of women that you'll never have access to, no matter how attractive you are. It's because culturally it's unacceptable for them to date an outsider. So they're specifically limiting themselves to people from their country, from their culture, from their network of people, whatever the case may be. You're just not qualified for that. And then in the event that you do have access to a woman of that stature, you have to be the very best of the best, because in order for her to alienate herself from her family, from her network, family and friends, you have to be worth it, not just physically but financially, social status. You have to be the very best of the best. And so most guys are just not that, whether you leave in the country or not. Just there's just a very small percentage of people who meet that standard.
Yeah, the upper epsilon in other countries, their standards are so high, and they only date within their race, and they see it as a disgrace to date somebody outside the country. And if you do it, the person probably has to be even more higher echelon than the people in her group, for you to even be considered that. Because if you're not super rich, then the family sees it as a downgrade, as a disgrace to the family.
If that's the beauty standards in China, then I'll do pretty good, because I don't even want the top tier. Like, that shit is not attractive to me at all.
Well, that's the thing, because for a certain demographic, like you may say, well, I'll pursue the women that don't meet that beauty standard because that's what I'm attracted to. But even those women, because they don't meet the classic beauty standard, in order to attain social status, they have to be with a guy who meets that mold. They rather be alone. So they're looking for a guy who meets the classic Chinese beauty standards, because for them, they'll never be in those social circles by their merit alone. If that makes any sense.
It makes
Well,
sense.
you got to also understand, like in a lot of Asian culture,
And I was joking. I ain't going to China.
the Asian cultures, the lighter the skin can help raise your status as well. Because the more darker your skin is, the more you look down upon. And it's
Well,
just
that video that I shared mentioned that. It was kind of towards the beginning, but the video I shared mentioned that. And they at the very beginning they said that there's two categories. They mentioned the darker tone, and then they mentioned the lighter tone, and obviously the preference leads towards the lighter tone. A lot of the darker tone individuals are, generally speaking, people who are from like some of the more rural areas, and they traditionally work farms and things like that, and similar concept to the Hispanic population. In America, they associate the darker toned Hispanics or Latinos with the labor class. Ditto for India, the darker toned, what they would consider the Dalit, the untouchables. They're generally considered the labor class, and then historically within the context of Hinduism, they are relegated to the labor class just based on their caste. So there's that.
There's your TJ. He said, "Have you been to China?"
Has bro been to China to test this theory? No. Honestly, I don't feel like I need to go to China, because there's plenty of Chinese women here. I'm in a city, and with a high number of Chinese women, and then there's in one of our, I won't say neighboring, but maybe I'm near Canada, maybe about 3 hours away from Canada, and one of the cities there has an extremely high percentage of Chinese. So if I want Chinese, I can go there.
Steve Smith, welcome, bro. It's an open topic, it's an open panel. So if you want to talk about something, you're welcome to put it in the chat. We'll respond to it. If you want to come up to the panel, and I'll talk about anything that comes up, man, except ratchet. As long as it's not disrespectful and offensive, I'll talk about anything. So there's the link. Yeah, man.
A lot of Asian countries, their skin products, lotions, and etc., they have a whitening agents in them to lighten up your skin. That's part of their culture. So if you don't want to lighten your skin, then you have to try to find one that it doesn't have a whitening agent. Maybe that's why Miss Wishy says I don't look like I'm American.
Well, the dowry in China, I've actually researched that. That's funny that he mentioned it, the dowry in China, and it does vary. But uh, generally speaking, there are women who are not married specifically because they're requiring too much dowry and they can't meet, or maybe they don't qualify for a man who could produce that type of dowry. There's entire areas in China. Several cities have like areas where people actually put like basically personal ads, like they print out, on a computer, whatever, and they have like ads that you can actually go. Like I think they call it marriage markets, and they have this in other countries too, but in China in particular, people will go there, and women who are like looking for a husband, they'll put their ad there. Then you'll have families, sometimes they'll make an outing out of it and go and kind of browse the listings per se of those people, and a lot of those people are there for that specific reason because either they don't have they asking for a dowry that exceeds what they qualify for, or they've just aged out of the market, or maybe they had a relationship in the past that failed, and now they have kids in tow that really that severely diminishes their quote unquote market value. And then obviously there's the physical component if you don't meet the quote.
I've seen videos about China where like in like the parks and different places where people congregate, they have single people go up there where they a little bit younger or older, and they just stand out there. They got their picture and information on that, and they're looking for somebody to date. They just sit there out there, stand while people walk around and look at them and check them out.
I
But
don't
what
watch
happened?
no. I don't know. I don't watch no
But
content from China.
Oh, I watch a lot
I,
of content from China. I watch a lot of content from China for sure. I mean, I especially watch a lot of this stuff because China's facing some economic troubles due to the heavy investment in real estate. You had companies like Evergrande and Countrywide in China that kind of went belly up based on real estate speculation and kind of left a lot of the potential home buyers or actually actual home buyers kind of holding the bag. And so there's a lot of economic uncertainty that makes a lot of the men unattractive for that reason as well, because they don't have the economic status to kind of attract the women, and for one thing, like for instance in China, I think the expectation, for mid to upper class is that you as a man, you have to already have a home. They want you to already have a home, or high rise condo or something like that. But you have to have a residence that you own, not just rent. And they want you to have a vehicle. Um, and so if you don't meet that performance metric, it's going to be pretty difficult for you to find a woman because a lot of women in
Yeah.
China just rather be alone than be with a man who doesn't meet those certain performing metrics. So
I
that's kind of
saw I saw a documentary talking about those cities in China. What it is were developing a city, and they ran out of money and never did finish it. So nobody's just living there. They got a bunch of buildings and stuff like that. Nobody's living in because they never did finish it. They ran out of money.
well. What
Get some
happened
push.
is
Get
they're
some pushback,
basically
man. You getting some pushback,
lying about what?
Smith?
Lying about what? You could
I
like
don't know. Gotta
yeah,
come up, man.
yeah. Come up. I want all
What
the
if they
smoke.
were?
Who is C. Smith? This is I can't
This, oh,
see.
but hold up. But let me say this
I did a
before
hey,
you.
I did a talk about how we gonna make it together. I did a whole hour and a half the intro to this live stream. Was real it's about positivity, but once I open up my panel, we talk about anything. We talk about anything. Because this is a space where men could come talk about anything. So I did
Well,
like
it's
an
just
hour and
not
a
men;
half.
it's women too.
Well, women too, but primarily when I started it, it was for men, and now we're seeing a lot more women come here too, because we make them feel comfortable. Their voices are valued. Your voice is valued. So if you want to come up, you can come up. You said talk about how we gonna make it together. Raise the subject, and we'll talk about it.
Well, you
I
know,
did a whole
and my
hour and
thing
a half.
is like, but before you call anybody a liar, like if I think that what somebody's saying is wrong, I'm not going to make it an empty statement like, oh, you're lying. I'm going to say no. Here are the facts versus just saying that I'm lying, because people will say that I'm lying, but they can't present an alternative argument, and they can't back whatever argument that they make. Like if you don't actually consume Chinese content, my first girlfriend was Chinese. Like, and I'm talking about like where her grandmother made me food. Like, I've had experience, and I'm not saying that I know everything about Chinese culture, but I've at least invested somewhat into learning about some of the Chinese culture, and we're talking about Chinese culture in China, not necessarily Chinese culture in America, because there's a difference. But in China, and there's actual Chinese channels that are devoted to speaking about this from an economic standpoint, because these are not like dating channels. These are like channels that are like economic focus channels. But part of the problem with the economics in China is that the coupling is not occurring. Just like in America, it's got to a point to where it requires two incomes to actually make enough, to have enough residual income using economies of scale to actually create generational wealth. And that sentiment echoes worldwide, particularly in high expense areas like some of the bigger cities in China. You need two incomes to survive for most people. And so coupling is important. So even economic channels discuss coupling and relationships and dating from a very objective lens. This is not like they're not trying to promote a specific agenda, or they're not invested in the failure of unions. They actually want to see Chinese couples succeed, and they're actually having this grim outlook.
Nah, C. Smith, you don't gotta leave. You don't gotta leave. Like I said, your opinion is valued. Everybody's opinion is valued here. That's why I let people talk. Adam, you wrestling with the mic, bro?
No, I let my deaf dog that's up under my desk get out. And this right after I let her out, she wanted to get back in. So I might have actually brushed up against my mic when I was
Okay.
getting up. But anyway, now I'm cutting my mic back on.
You gotta move a train. I'm gonna move a train, but I was calling bullshit on. I don't think I need to have gone to China because there are a bunch of them here in America where I live. Laser, salute, welcome.
Well-
Q,
well-
welcome, bro. What's up, Need Your Boy?
I'm not speaking necessarily
Back on
on
here still.
the Chinese women in here providing insight onto Chinese culture in China, because as I stated, there are differences and there are cultural differences in the Chinese that are here than the Chinese that are in China.
There
I
are actually
referenced specifically some of the content that I consume. This is economic content because I'm concerned about the economics. And some of the economic content actually speaks to dating and mating because it kind of ties in together.
there's actually Chinese people from China that are talking about these topics. So all of them are lying about it.
Oh, I said I don't know anything about it. So that's why I'm just sitting here like, y'all want to talk about it? Go ahead. I sit this one out.
I mean, if you
getting pushback from the chat.
Well, like I said,
and I'll be honest, and I'm not gonna go research it. I ain't like China, so that's why I'm just like, whatever.
I'm not telling you to research. I'm telling them, if you say that I'm lying, present the evidence that refutes my claim. Just saying that I'm lying is basically your word against mine.
Yeah, I don't know. What's the topic? Q, the topic, it started, you know how I do. I don't know if you remember. You ain't been here in a while, bro. But the first hour and a half, I do my own topic. I do like a monologue and shit. So I was talking about, 3 pillars of positivity. So I talked about accountability, forward momentum, and positive mindset. So that's what we talked about. Now we're talking about everything. Dating, marriage, standards, Philippines, China. We going everywhere. It's just like the barbershop. That's why I named this Barbershop Talk. Whatever y'all bring up, we could talk about it. But it can't just be like, hey, talk about this, and you're not offering nothing, you know. So you know that there's a difference between where you are and China.
Aggressively AFK. Why don't you just come up on the panel and present your evidence?
That would be a good conversation.
Yeah, just
honestly,
present your
y'all
evidence.
too.
Cite
Y'all
your
too.
sources, present your evidence. Is that simple?
That would be a good conversation between y'all two. Both of y'all smart brothers. C. Smith says I would join, but man, next time I will. Please, please. I'd like to hear from you. What the fuck did I just see pop up in my chat, man? Wait. Man who needs cookies. I'ma block you if you say something else like that. I don't like that. I don't like that, man.
Talking about the guy
at least he
that's
laughed.
handsome.
Yeah, he laughed. You laughed, so I'll give him a little breather.
Like I said, insults only works if a person picks them up.
Sydney says, TJ, put the Rick James down, aka trees, and join the panel.
So there's a comment that says you got to go to the place of origin to get the real experience. American Asians are Americanized, bro. I specifically said the source of this information was a Chinese channel. The Chinese channel is a Chinese YouTube channel that's an economic YouTube channel. The language is in Chinese. It's in Mandarin Chinese. They have voiceovers that are in English, which is why I'm able to understand it. They actually have English subtitles sometimes, is how I'm able to understand what they're saying. And they specifically speak of how dating and mating has tied into the Chinese economics due to the cost of living. It's simple economies of scale. It's a simple concept. How, and I could present the evidence myself on economies of scale, how if you have two people living in a household, their expenses for that household are cheaper than if they were living alone. It's called economies of scale.
I could kind of see where they're coming from. They're saying like I could watch as much content as I want about the Philippines, but until I got there, I ain't really realized what the Philippines was. You know what I'm saying? So I see where they're coming from and why they're pushing back. I see where you're coming from because you're doing the research. So, but I don't know if you've read books on it, if you really studied. I don't know. If it's just social media,
let me
if it's just social media, half the shit on social media is bullshit.
Destination, a popular tourist destination. Now, I guarantee that most people have never been to Somalia, but in their mind, they have no desire to go to Somalia based on even limited research that they've done on Somalia. You don't have to be there to say, oh, well, maybe that's not a place I want to go. There's ways that you can research an area without actually being there.
I understand that.
And I'm basing this on, like I said, this is from Chinese people that are actually on the ground, and you have Chinese channels that actually compiled it. So there's a couple of Chinese channels. There's one, she's a Chinese lady. And she's based in China, but she speaks English, and she talks about it too. She talks about, the same thing, the economies of scale, how expensive it is in China, and some of the debacle with some of the bigger real estate outfits in China, and how people have lost a lot of their life savings because in China, the one of the biggest investment vehicles, they almost use real estate as a bank. So you have these ghost cities basically comprised of housing developers where people, instead of putting their money into a bank, they buy real estate because they believe it's going to appreciate in value. So they'll have a condo and the entire building will be virtually empty because people bought that as like kind of like a place to park capital. They had no intention of actually living in these buildings. But when it was discovered that Evergrande, and I believe it was Countrywide, these gigantic real estate companies and multi-billion-dollar real estate companies in China when they're essentially doing a Ponzi scheme, where they were taking the money from people who were buying properties and using it to build buildings that they had promised to previous buyers. So, say for instance, if I want to buy a building, if I want to buy a condo, they'll wait to the next wave of condo buyers and take their money to build my condo, and then the people that that is whose condo the people whose money's being used to build my condo, they have to wait to the next wave of buyers. It's like a Ponzi scheme. And so that eventually came
Sound
to
like
an
a Ponzi
end.
scheme, but
People lost their money, and so now you have an entire group of men who are economically unattractive because they have no savings because their money was invested into real estate.
All I can
salute.
really
Thank you, C.
say,
Smith. C. Smith, thank you very much. Let me say something real quick. If you have a channel, if you are a content creator, type mine, MINE, in the chat. Nightbot will drop your link, right? Don't be shy. Don't feel ashamed to promote yourself here. It's okay. If you got a channel, type MINE in the chat. Let Nightbot drop your channel link. We'll all come check you out. We'll all subscribe. Well, not all of us, but most of us will, because that's what we do here. Small community of small YouTubers and content creators that support each other.
all I'm just saying is, a person needs to take the time to research their own truths and the things they can just think. And you don't have to take everybody's word at face value. You can, if you want, you can research it. If you don't want to research it, that's completely up to you. Some things don't interest other people.
Yeah, like I said, that's what I feel with China. I don't know anything about China, so I'm not pushing back. I'm not supporting it.
Well,
I don't know anything about China.
I can say in
Some
Thailand,
things you hear and it makes sense, though. It just makes sense. Yeah.
I can say in Thailand they have like condos that they're building, and some people paid into them, and then they wound up bankrupting, and they never got built, and people lose some money.
That shit
So
happens here.
if that happens here in Thailand, it happens in America. So why can it not happen in China when you have so many different sources reporting it? It's just
Well, the
not just
research that
one.
I've done on Thailand shows that, like for instance, expats buying property in Thailand, from the limited research that I've done, what happens is that the real estate market is distinctly different. So
It
where you
is.
have like speculation, for instance, like a fix and flip. So if you buy a property in the United States and let's say you buy a property undervalued and you put X amount of money into the property, you expect a return on that investment. So if I buy a property for 100,000, I put 50,000 into it, then I expect to sell it for 200,000. And then people, think that same concept applies in say Thailand, but the issue is that real estate appreciates more slowly in some of these areas, and then also the transaction process is significantly slower. So you'll have days on market, substantially longer than in America. It's not uncommon to have a condo sit on the market for 6 months to a year, and all the time you're having holding costs associated with that condo. You have to pay for the condo association fees and utilities and
Well, in Thailand, a foreigner cannot own land. You can put it in a Thai's name, which whether it's your wife or just a Thai person you know. That's a certain risk in
Uh,
itself. However,
let me
you can lease land in Thailand,
let me drop the
and they
link.
have they have 50-year leases up to. You can do it 2 times. That's 100 years. So, like if I was to lease land now, I'll be turning 54 soon. I don't think I'll live to be 154. You can buy condos in your name as a foreigner in Thailand, but that you know you have to be careful with that. I would recommend getting a lawyer, and you have to be careful if you are paying into a condo that is currently being built and it's not completely finished, because you
Nah,
can wind up losing all your money.
I don't know, but I can't speak for Trez, but T Mar says if you're saying it's better to have two incomes, I agree. I don't think he's saying is in China is better. I think he's saying honestly it's like social pressure and an absolute necessity or something to have the two incomes. Not like,
Well,
oh,
no,
it's just.
I just think for most
So I'll let
people,
you say it. I'll let you say it.
I'm saying that for most people, if you want, especially if you live in a major city, right? Um, it's necessary to have um, two incomes. And for those individuals who are able to support somebody on their income alone, generally speaking, uh, they're going to have a specific requirement of the women, as evidenced by what they would consider aging out of the market being significantly lower, the age being significantly lower in China. Like somebody's considered what leftover women, in their 20s, late 20s in China is considered leftover women. And so then the women there are still having economic demands of the men. They expect a dowry. And it's even more prevalent now that they've changed the laws, the marriage laws, where, it's more difficult for women to obtain property from a man in a divorce settlement. Um, and I think they're doing that, in my opinion. I don't know. This is pure speculation. I think they're doing that to encourage more men, or actually have more men be open to the idea of being married, because there's not that inherent fear of losing everything they've worked their entire lives for. But I think, basically, the economies of scale makes it difficult for somebody just to live alone. And that's pretty much prevalent anywhere. That's just simple mathematics. If you have two people living under one household, you automatically going to lower your expenses because you eliminate having an additional rent or additional mortgage. I mean, that's just simple mathematics. And you can kind of look that up. We like I've even done the research. I've looked it up on not Chat GPT. I looked it on Microsoft Copilot, some months ago, and I have the mathematics behind that. How there's about $15,000 a year cost savings for the median household versus for two people living alone versus living together.
Oh, when you click the link, C Smith is gonna bring you to StreamYard. Then you gotta log in to StreamYard to be able to join the panel.
I think the main thing what people have to really understand. I think what the main thing really people have to understand. Nowhere in the world is a perfect paradise. Every place is going to have its own problems and trade-offs. It's basically on the culture, the laws, and how they handle things. And what one country does, another country might disagree with. But it's their country, their rules, their laws. If you go overseas to live in that country, it's your job to adjust to them, not for them to adjust to you.
Oh, it's not. The link's not dropping on the vertical chat. I just noticed that.
If she comes on, I'll stay on a little bit longer. I'd like to get to meet her, but I was planning on getting offline.
Let's see how much. Let me see. I gotta tag this one. Copy that. Hold on a second, y'all. Give me 1 second. Let me figure this out.
Just copy it and paste it on my stream.
Yeah, that's what I'm about to do, but I gotta pull that one up.
There's a way that you can go into YouTube Studio on live, and you can put the link up at the top. You can pin it to the top.
Yeah, I don't know how to do that. I put it in there. I pasted it in there.
All I know is when you're on there on YouTube Stereo, you go into the live that you're in. It's like it looks like a little radio button. You click on it, and then you put in your link, and then it pops up. It has like little tabs on the side where you can add to it.
BIY said, I mean, Beat Your Life said it goes all the way to the top or something. I don't know. All right, it's in there. So salute, salute. TJ said, all right, I'm gonna drop off for a bit as I get off the train and grab an Uber, man. Salute. Just get there safe, man.
Stay safe and have fun traveling.
Yeah, I've only ever streamed from StreamYard, so I never streamed straight to YouTube. T Marsh says, and that's why it's easier for Asians to link up with another Asian, Adam. The culture differences between us are huge. If you stay with one girl, you're the exception and not the rule.
Yeah, but it's like you was on your one of your other live streams. You were showing how many percentage of actually people go overseas. It's a small percentage.
Very small.
So yeah, you're gonna be an exception to the rule.
Just by becoming an expat, you're an exception. But I guess he's saying you're an exception even further. You know, if you get with the girl and stay with her. Which, like I said, I don't know. I don't know about that
Well,
stuff.
I'm a even further exception because when I got married, I didn't have to pay a dowry
Why?
because of my wife. She was older, plus she didn't ask for any. Her parents had passed away, and that's the other thing about dowries. A lot of families is just wanted to shore it up the percentage of the marriage. Usually have some gold that they sit out in the money, and a lot of them will return the money. Some of them don't. Some of them don't. So you have to vet who you dating and how much money they want. Some people just want a little bit of money. Others want a lot. You have to decide whether you want to pay it or not, and risk what losing it or not. Or you might not care. You might pay it and don't worry about it. Everybody is different when it comes to that.
Oh, I don't know. It worked for me. I just clicked the link. It went right through. So I don't know. I don't know. But it's there. Ray says, let me ask you a question. Would you work as a full-time streamer if the money was there? Yes. Yep. If I could support myself, it doesn't even have to be at the same level I'm at now. If I could support myself doing this, I would. I would. Would I
I
want to
say,
chase? Would I want to chase what the BS that a lot of these guys have to chase and talk about in order to be successful? Nah. If I can't come up here and talk like this, I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna talk about dating this person, or I'm not gonna talk about drama and bullshit. I don't got the energy for it.
a lot of people sells saltpeat, sells fantasies, sells lies, sells drama, sells misery for clicks and views.
Yep. And I don't got. I believe me. I don't have the room for it.
The ones that
Like,
are the ones that are real and pretty much speak the truth, they are the ones that grow slowly over time. It takes a lot longer to gain an audience.
yeah. Thank
But
you.
if you
Thank
got
you, C. Smith. Hopefully next time. I don't know. Sometimes I think I've been when I joined the panel. I had to I had to restart my phone and everything before I joined the panel. Sometimes shit is just weird. But yeah, I would do it if I could do it this way. You know, when I travel, vlog, shit, whatever. But most times, just getting up here chopping up with you guys, yeah, I would do it. Absolutely, man.
It's like on my channel, I haven't posted much videos now, but I downloaded vid IQ, and with that, it'll help with suggestions. It will help
Yeah,
create thumbnails on YouTube. And when you watch other YouTube channels, it'll actually tell you how many views they're getting, how many likes, and it'll actually give you an estimate of how much they make monthly. You know, it's usually within a range.
C. Smith says, is everyone abroad now? Nope, I'm right here. I'm in Connecticut.
I'm in Thailand.
Yeah, I'll be taking a trip soon, but I just take trips for now. I'm planning to move abroad. Hopefully one day. I got a plan within the next 3 to 5 years.
Many
So yeah,
like it. I Well, that's good that you have your passport. I hope you get a
absolutely,
chance to travel some.
absolutely. I think we should be given our passport like we get a fucking social security card. You know what I mean? I think it should be the same. You shouldn't have to apply for that shit.
Then
You know
you
what?
they
That's a
wouldn't
good
make
point, man. I never thought about that. That's a really good point.
You
then
should
they
be.
can't make no money on it after you have to renew it every 10 years.
Yeah, I would pay to renew it. $50. So it should, you know what I'm saying? Just like a driver license or something. Like, but
Like
Well, you know what? I think that the passport, like you already get a passport card. You can get a passport card. I think that it should be kind of modified to where, like, when you go get your driver's license, you're automatically issued your passport every time you renew it. You get your driver's license, passport. It's like a bundle.
yep.
And
It's the
I,
same shit. I mean, you gotta get screened. You should be screened to leave the United States too. I think,
yeah,
the
not just at the border of the country you're trying to enter.
the next
That'll
time that
stop a lot of bullshit.
the next time I renew my passport, I'm gonna get the passport and the card. I'm gonna get both of them.
I got the
Why?
card now, but like I only use it like when I go like to Canada and stuff like that. You know, all they need is it. But now I got a Nexus card though, so I use my Nexus card. Um, that gives me
Yeah.
like the
Why you
global entry and all that kind of crap.
coming back home, Adam? You coming back home? You need that
What reason?
passport card?
No, I just what I do is get the form and fill it out and get a cashier's check and mail it to the U.S. Embassy in Bangkok, and they'll mail it to Manila, Philippines, because that's where the passport's done, and then they'll mail it back to you. You have to do it. They recommend doing it a month early before your passport expires. But I got mine back in less than 2 weeks. And plus, I did it 2 months ahead of time because I want to make sure I had extra time. I didn't want anything to mess up.
Yeah, that's what they say. Renew it early. But Markel Lee. I'm sorry, bro. Markel Lee is back. So salute. T. Mar says I agree, Blizz, but that's a way to keep the criminal elements out of other countries. That's what I was saying. You should be checked before leaving the country. If your shit ain't right, you should have to stay here. You a PDF?
Even
Like
the
why does a PDF have to get turned around at another country's airport? We should have never let
well,
their ass out.
well, like
You know what I'm saying?
some people that have passports have gone overseas and act up, and the country will actually blacklist them from coming back to the country.
Yeah, but we should be given up. We should have a right to a passport. You shouldn't have to go through all this crazy checks or whatever to ask the government permission to have one. You know, it should be our right to have one, and then you should get checked, and all this checks should be done before your exit from the country.
Yeah, I
That's what I'm
agree.
saying.
And then the renewal should be for them to make sure to check that you don't you haven't done something criminally or done something wrong that could revoke your passport.
Yeah.
It's like doing a police check on you.
Yeah, but C. Smith is right. We in America ain't nothing. We gotta pay to get a fishing license, and a hunting license. You gotta pay for everything. You gotta pay
Well,
for your Second Amendment right. You gotta pay for everything, man.
well,
In
like
America,
when I renew my driver's license, I get the opportunity. It's one of the checkoff boxes to get a discovery pass. That's like a pass to all of the national parks, you know, in and around the Seattle area. So I think it'll be as simple as having a check mark, checkbox. When you're renewing your driver's license, you have an opportunity to renew your passport. Then you could, just, at that time you take a picture, because I think it should be like a similar process. You already have the infrastructure at a driver's license office to create
Salute. Whoever doing
identification
the hearts,
cards.
thank you. Whoever doing the hearts and on hundreds, thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, it should be. That's what I'm saying. Like, or we just, what's the new license we got now? The new IDs we
Enhanced. The enhanced
Yeah.
driver's license.
What's the name of them?
The enhanced driver's license.
Something else. But basically it is. You got to go through the same process. That you basically got to go through a fucking passport, but it's on your driver's license and your ID now. The little star up there.
or I wouldn't know. My
I don't got
driver's
one
license.
yet because I gotta wait. I'm waiting till my thing expire 2028 before I get it. But if you don't have this ID, this new real ID, real
Yeah,
ID,
there you go.
you know what I mean? The same as a fucking passport, basically, right?
Well, I mean, think about it like this: like, what I have to renew my professional license like annually, right? And so now they have a multi-state license. So now I can practice in other states with one license. I can practice in maybe I don't know, like 30 some states. And so they have an option, like when you renew your license, just to check off that for the enhanced license. I didn't do it this time because I didn't feel like going through the hassle. I'm not planning on moving anytime soon. But next year when I renew it, I'll just do the enhanced where I can practice in any state just to have it. But it's simple. The infrastructure is already there, and we have the technology, internet technology, where every state can communicate with each other. That's number one. And then as far as the process of, I know I don't know what his name is. It's not showing. The gentleman with the hat from Australia. He mentioned the process of kind of checking your see if you have any active criminal history, whatever the case may be. When you renew your passport. I think that with AI, that process can be automated so that on certain intervals, like maybe monthly, they'll sweep the system. Everybody that has an active passport, the system will automatically audit and to see if there's any criminal offenses that will exclude them from being able to travel internationally. And then if it flags it, then then it'll alert an agent to manually check their record and see if in fact they are ineligible to travel. That's a simple process.
It should be. Yeah, I know that it's not the same. I know it's not the same as a real ID, Russ. I'm just saying real ID is for domestic flights, but I'm saying I don't know. I didn't do the real ID, so I don't know what they actually checked for. And I was asking if they checked for basically the same things that they check for to get a passport. I don't know.
Living overseas for 13 years now, I don't even know what a real ID is.
Real ID, like you need a real ID to get into government buildings. It's it's a higher level of scrutiny, I guess, than a driver's license. You need them to get into government buildings. You need them to get on to domestic flights, or you need a passport just to fly from fucking Connecticut to California. I need my passport because I don't have the real ID.
Um,
You know,
when I
it's
owned my
just
landscaping business,
stupid for
when
me.
the after the Twin Towers incident, I did some work at the Ronald Reagan Airport in Washington D.C. I had to get. I not only did I had to, but the people that were working for me, they had to get A1 security clearance to work on the airport. And you had to you go to the police and get checked out, but all your information is run through the FBI. So they have my fingerprints. So if I do anything dumb, it wouldn't be too hard to catch me in America. Wouldn't be too hard to catch me in Thailand because immigration will tell them exactly where I am.
Like I gotta do the damn background check for me to have my grandson, for me to have custody of my grandson. It's like that shit is worse than well, not worse, but it's more like intensive than any of these checks.
Two guys that were working for me, they had criminal history, so they couldn't get they couldn't get the clearance, so I had to find them work while we was working in Washington D.C. from Virginia.
He said, "Don't you need to go to sleep? You don't know me, man." I probably got like 2 more. I could go 2 more hours. I don't know if I will or not.
Daylight here.
I'm on the West Coast, so it's 10 o'clock here.
Yeah, it's only 1 o'clock. I usually go to like 3, 4. He said freedom is a fantasy.
Freedom is illusion.
Well, I mean,
depends on your
I agree. It is freedom is a fantasy, but I mean, could you imagine a world where everybody had actual freedom? It would be chaos. You have to have some sort of order, which means relinquishing some of our freedoms.
Yeah, I can kind of agree with that.
Markel, he said, do not smoke. That is bad for your health. Markel, I just subscribed to you, brother. You got 6 subscribers now, man. So salute, man. Let's help him out with his channel, man.
What's this channel? Let me see. Is it in the chat?
It's in a vertical though. I could drop it in here. Hold on.
No. Drop it in the.
Yeah, but these days, America will try to charge for just about everything. I'm surprised they haven't figured out a way to charge for the air you breathe.
Oh, you in Alabama? My mama from Alabama. Birmingham. Salute.
Yeah, I just
grandson. Yeah, I'm a grandpa. I'm a pop. So I got you, Blizzard, yeah. Yeah, but come on. We could do so much other stuff, man. We spend money on so much other bullshit, man. Believe me, man. They spent all that money investigating and tracking down the protesters, facial recognition, and investigating them protesters. They've been doing that since 2020, the way they do it now. You telling me they can't figure out a way to automate the background checks or checks on passport holders?
Hey, Blizz, ain't you in New York?
Nah, Connecticut.
Oh, Connecticut. But so you in the tri-state area? Okay. What you think about Mondani?
I don't know. It ain't affected me. I don't know what they doing over there. I think, and I really don't be reading about that stuff, cause like next time I go to New York, well, shit, I gotta catch a flight out of New York soon. But as far as just going to New York to visit, probably not gonna happen for a while.
So when you fly, do you fly to LaGuardia or JFK? Which airport you fly to?
JFK.
JFK.
Yeah. I mean, they about the same. But for some reason, just JFK, man, it just seems a lot easier to get to.
Mm-hmm.
Like when I flew to Thailand, I live in Lynchburg, Virginia. That's where I flew from. I went from Lynchburg, Virginia, Lynchburg Regional Airport to Ronald Reagan Airport. Then from Ronald Reagan Airport, they flew me to Dubai, and from Dubai to Bangkok, and Bangkok to Chiang Mai, because that's where I officially started was I started out in Chiang Mai, and it was like a 34-hour flight in total, including the wait time.
Yeah, because you live in
I
Virginia.
lived.
You like New York, Seattle, where I'm at. LA. You got you got a lot of direct flights. You don't have to catch. I mean, sometimes you got to pay more for the direct flight, but at least you had an option. But I think a lot of your travel was having to go to different airports. I would imagine.
Yeah, at the time when I left, they didn't have a direct flight that was available, so I chose that option. If you're on the West Coast, like California, somewhere like that, fine. It's actually a little bit closer, it's a little bit less, like a few hours less time travel to get there because they
Salute.
they go the
Surfing
opposite
life,
direction.
surfing life. Salute. Thank you for the super chat, man. I appreciate it, man. The 199 super chat. Thank you, Surfing Life. And for that, you get the TJ super chat. He ain't here, but he'll be back soon.
But
Yo, why he got
TJ with
why
the
you got a
curl.
Shirley Temple in the front? What's up with that? What's up with that?
Yeah, I'm like, I'm about to take it out.
Man, he got that's like the
Everybody
Jermaine
talking about that
Jackson.
little curl,
It's
yeah.
like the Jermaine Jackson, back in the day.
Hey, that's
S
TJ,
curl.
man.
He got an S curl in the front.
That's TJ.
well,
But nah, we
anyways,
appreciate that.
I'm gonna go ahead and get off live. Thanks for having me on the panel, and I appreciate the comments, even the insults.
Yeah, right. Gotta take it with a smile, man. I've been trying to get better at that. But salute. Thank you, Adam. Always coming up, man. 100%. Always in the chat with something positive. Like, I appreciate you, man. If I never said it, I really do appreciate you, man.
Yeah, and it's like I was saying before, we might not always agree, but we will have each other's back.
That's it, bro. Thank you, man.
But all right, take care. Goodbye.
All right, brother. See my go check out Adam's channel too, man. Let me drop his channel in here too, man. He ain't been posting that much lately, but he did do a live stream the other day. He was on somebody else's panel. Yeah, let me put his in there too, cause he be looking out. I'll put it in there if I gotta find it, cause I don't know why his never comes up. Alright, I'll find it though. Adam, if you ain't leave yet, Adam, type mine in the chat. You might have typed it earlier, man. So my passport cost $161 in 2022. Mine was around there. I got it 2023.
I don't even remember how much my passport cost. I don't even think I paid attention.
Me neither. I just wanted it.
Mitchell,
I know it's 100 and something because I was trying to get my brother to get it, and I was like, man, it's only 100. You go golfing 3 times a week, like that's just skip a week of golfing, bro. Like you pay for it.
The research, the purpose of my research is I frequently look at other countries, particularly real estate. I'm always interested in real estate prices, and so you kind of go down a rabbit hole looking at real estate, and then because so I'm kind of involved in my community. So we have like these, community meetings that kind of determine what goes on in our neighborhoods. Seattle is broken up into neighborhoods, right? And so you have what are called NIMBYs. They call them NIMBYs, not in my backyard. They call them NIMBYs. So people who are kind of resistant to change. Yeah. And so you kind of get off into the weeds and kind of determine, whether or not some of the complaints of people are actually relevant. So one of the complaints is that, hey, Chinese are coming over here buying up all the real estate, raising up the prices, right? And so you look into that. Number one, is it true? And if so, why? Why do Chinese, come over here and buy the real estate? Well, they have heavy real estate investment culture, going back to Chinese mainland. And so then you kind of, you kind of go down a rabbit hole looking up research and kind of looking into research of, real estate prices in different areas. So that's kind of the reason why I do research on that type of stuff. I even looked up, property in Ethiopia. The guy that was just on from he said he's in Lynchburg. He talked about the 50-year lease, and you get 2 50-year leases for a total of 100. It's kind of like that in a lot of countries. Like for instance, Ethiopia has a 99-year lease. So as a foreigner, even as an actual citizen, as a matter of fact, you can't buy real estate, or actually own real estate. You get a 99-year lease, and you can you can build on the land, but obviously you have to renew the lease after 99 years of your family, whoever comes after you. So I kind of looked into that and looked at the real estate while I was in Ethiopia. I looked at real estate, looked at some properties with an agent just to kind of get a feel. I wasn't going to buy anything, but it's interesting.
I did that shit in the Philippines. I was looking at condos and shit.
Oh, you was? I didn't look at any condos. I looked at actual houses. They call them villas. But the what you find is that the structure, the way structures are kind of configured are very different depending on where you go in the world. Like some of the things that we take for granted, like we expect, we come to a house, we go through the front door, we expect to be in the foyer, and we expect to have a coat closet, when we first walk in. We expect to have, a living room. Maybe you have an actual, what they call a hearth room or a family room in, if it's a 1-story house in the back of the house, and then there should be like a kitchen, open concept kitchen nearby with a breakfast nook, maybe a butt.
Yeah. The bathroom right off the kitchen is like what gets me, man. I'm like, who's designing this? Like, why do y'all got the bathroom right next to where the food is at? So when somebody go in there and do a number 2, like you ain't like it don't make no sense. Yo.
But you got it.
But it ain't for they ain't designing it for me. If I want it my way, I gotta build my own shit.
But you know what? You gotta kind of live there for a while and see culturally how family life is and how life is at home, and then that will give you insight as to why they're structured or configured the way that they are. Because
because I lived there. Yep.
Yeah, and then like they Americans are more. I would say we're more like I guess we value solitude more than other places. And so we want like our own room, not a shared room. We want our own bedroom. Likely we want our bathroom attached. Like for me, I live alone, right? But I still want an ensuite bathroom. Like it doesn't make any sense that I don't need an ensuite bathroom because all the bathrooms are mine, right? But I want a bathroom attached to my bedroom, which is it's just crazy to think about, but it's just like an American thing, I guess.
Yep. Markill said, you gotta post some content, Markill. Now, you gotta get them videos up, man. You're gonna get some subscribers. C. Smith says y'all keeping up with the Olympics. Nope.
Oh yeah, I saw there's a black lady who won the indoor. I don't know if it's indoor, but the ice skating sprint. I don't know if it's a sprint. I don't know if that's considered a sprint. But no, I don't think it's considered a sprint. I don't know how many meters it was, but she's the first black woman to win the gold medal in that event. It's like an ice skating race, like some type of speed skating event. And it's a big deal because she's the first black woman that won that. And then obviously there was the Asians that won the half pipe, like 3 Asians that won that place that are medalists in some type of like snowboarding or skiing type half pipe event. I did notice that. I got my ear to the streets on everything. People be just saying like I'll be lying about shit, like I just be making shit out my ass. No, I got my ear to the streets.
Yeah, that guy. Me, I don't know. I just like, if I ain't interested in that shit, I'm not paying no attention to it. It gotta catch my attention for me to dig into it.
Man, listen.
He said, "How you don't got school for 3 days? It's President's Day, right?"
Yeah, but
I know they got Monday off here for President's Day.
well, wait a
Why
minute.
y'all
Is he in
need 3
college?
days off school?
Is he in college?
You in college?
Because in college, you may only go to class 2 days a week, sometimes 3 days a week. Anyway, when I was in college, I only went to class like, well, it depends. There was like a couple years where I went 3 days a week, but then some there was times I only went 2 days a week, Tuesday and Thursday. And then lab, you have to go to your science labs, Flew out of Philly because they said it's cheaper to fly from JFK. Yeah, but but where do you live at? I mean, it may be more inconvenient to go to New York if you don't live in New York.
Yeah, I was just having this conversation with a dude that he just flew he from DR, and he just flew home. He's like, "Nah, I'm driving to JFK." And I was like, "Man, I just fly to Hartford, man. The flight is longer." I said, "But you don't got to deal with that New York traffic."
Well, like
There
for
and
me,
back. I said, "Just drive your car to Hartford. It's like $40 to park. Leave it there for like 4 or 5 days, and just when you land, hop in your car and come home." Nah, I'm going to JFK. So now you sitting in traffic for, it's only like a little over an hour to get there if it's absolutely no traffic, which is, you going to New York. You're going to hit 45 minutes of traffic regardless. So now you're looking at over 2 hours both ways. It's like, man, I'd rather just go to Hartford.
well, like for me, like when I go visit my sister in California, she lives in Rancho, right? I could fly to LAX and save 50, sometimes $100 on a ticket, but I'd rather fly to Ontario, man, because Ontario is less crowded, and it's just way more convenient to get to my sister. You know what I mean? So,
Yeah.
I'd rather pay for convenience personally.
Yeah, I said never again. If I go somewhere, sure, I'll just pay a little extra to fly out of Hartford. Then to go save like $150 or something, $200, but drive, an hour longer.
Wait a minute.
Like,
Are you saying when you say Hartford, do you mean homicide Hartford?
Hartford, Connecticut, yeah.
Homicide Hartford? That's what I always hear that it was called.
We don't call that.
They called it homicide Hartford. That's what I heard it was called.
Wow.
You ain't never heard that before? Don't be lying.
It ain't that bad, man.
No, but have you heard that term before?
Maybe. And probably when I was in my teens, yeah.
My cousin live in I think he live in Elizabeth, New Jersey. He used to live in Trenton, I think. But he live in Elizabeth, New Jersey. And he be kind of putting me up on game of what's going on the East Coast.
All right, so he been to Hartford?
Yeah, he called it homicide Hartford.
Country ass Hartford. We call them country. Because they talk different than us. They talk like they from down south.
Really?
To me, it sounds like, yeah, almost. They talk different. Why? Yeah. I don't know. They talk different than everybody else in Connecticut. Hartford.
I mean, to be perfectly honest, like, I think pretty much everybody, like in a tri-state area, got a kind of similar lingo, even though like some of the boroughs, like Queens, they got like a little bit different, like some of the boroughs may be like a little bit different, but it's all kind of in a similar vein. You got that East Coast, tri-state area vibe. Obviously, Baltimore and Philly sound different than the tri-state area, even though they're all on the East Coast, but y'all got that East Coast sound, that East Coast accent, I should say.
So is this a cult meeting? Talking about you talk about your hood. All right.
This is my clan hood.
Oh man,
Blue Klux Klan.
Let me catch up a little bit, man. Let me catch up. You said you never liked that he built this house with the bathroom away from the kitchen. Hell yeah. you talking about, bro? New Yorkers sound pretty much the same to me. No, the Wire was in Oh, he said
Baltimore.
he kidding. Okay, no, he said he kidding. All right,
Oh, it was
he
filmed
said
in
he kidding.
Hartford. Oh, but I think the Wire is supposed to take place in Baltimore at least,
Yeah,
because they definitely have the Baltimore lingo.
he said Italians. Yep, yep. Same believe law name. Sherelle. He said, "What did you study, Super Triz?" You freeze.
That's part of the
He
reason
said,
why I don't really like. That's why I got it dark
"Oh,
in
you
here.
was froze. You froze for a second, man."
Yeah, yeah,
But
I really don't like talking too much about
all right.
what I do and all that stuff.
He said, "Blizz, you didn't have the Winter Olympics game on PlayStation." Nope. I had the Summer Olympics one, but that was on like Nintendo. That shit was a long time ago.
Yeah, I mean, I never got into the. You know why? Because of those Olympics games. It's like you gotta like if you don't got a turbo controller, you're gonna lose. Like all of the Olympic games, you need like a
Oh,
turbo controller.
is
That
it
can push
Cheryl or
button rapidly.
Sherelle? Is it Cheryl or Sherelle? I'm gonna say Sherelle. By the way, I'm Sherelle.
It
Oh,
looks
and
like
your
Sherelle.
last name, and your last name Smith, and you from Alabama. We might be cousins, second, third, whatever. That's my mama's side last name, Smith.
Your parents from the South, Blizz?
Yep.
Where?
My mom from Birmingham, Alabama, and my pops was born in North Carolina, but he was raised in Virginia, in Portsmouth.
Mm.
Portsmouth, in Suffolk, Virginia. Driving from Atlanta to Texas, no joke.
Man, that ain't nothing, man. I drove from California to Louisiana, Louisiana to back to California, California to Seattle, Seattle to Houston. I done drove all over this motherfucker.
Yeah, Texas. I don't even want to go to Texas. Only way I'm going to Texas, I said I'm going to the first. Probably gonna go to the first 49er game of the season, no matter where it's at when the schedule come out. I think I just want to go.
What you got against
Oh,
Texas? Texas is nice. I used to live in Houston.
I don't know, man. I would have to see something that will make me want to go there, cause I like my opinion right now is just not. It's just like blah, meh, whatever. Like,
I tell you what, I bought my first house in Houston. I moved to Houston in 07. Houston, well, number one, it's a big city. It's like a really big city, right? Lots of stuff to do. Like if you're social, it's a great place to be. You need a car though. It's definitely a car city. It's not like a bus city. It's a car city. And man, great food, lots of activities. Man, the only thing I didn't like about Houston was number one, the weather is extremely hot and humid. I couldn't stand it.
yeah, I could
And
deal with hot and humid.
it's really like the hottest place I've ever been, or it was humid, most hot and humid place I've ever been. California obviously gets hotter, but the humidity is insane in Houston. And matter of fact, it's people from the Philippines that live in Houston that'll tell you that Houston is hotter or more humid than the
Oh
Philippines.
shit.
It's bad out there.
Yeah, they probably on the same, whatever you call it, on the same line or whatever. Probably the same distance from the equator. You know, if you
Well,
really mapped
it's
it
not
out.
it's not necessarily the distance from the equator that makes Houston so bad. It's the topography. So the way the actual city is shaped, or the the metropolitan area, is like flat.
I keep lagging a little bit. You said, Blizz, you're so chill. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate that. Oh, not your maiden name? Good. My mom used to go to the church those four little girls lost their lives at. Yeah, I visited that church. I did a tour of it. It's sad, man. It's really sad, man. Across the street is the Civil Rights Museum, and then the church is right there too. You say you crazy? He ain't driving that much. There's a lot of crazy people in Texas.
From what I hear, the crazy people are in Florida. I've only been to Miami, so I can't speak for the rest of. Well, I've been to Orlando too, so I can't speak for the rest of Florida. But from what I hear, the craziest people are in Florida.
Florida man. That's what they say, Florida man. But nah, I liked Florida. I lived in
What
Florida
part?
for a year. I was in Pensacola.
You know a part of Florida I like, man? Keys, like Key Largo, the Florida Keys. Man, that place is so
Yeah,
chill.
my
I
brother
love
went
that
down
place,
there.
man.
My brother went down to the Keys. He said he loved it too.
Man, it's like, man, it just puts you in a whole fucking whole. It like when it like girls be like I'm a whole vibe. When you go to Keys, you're gonna be a whole vibe, man. That's real talk right there.
Yeah. This is all Lord. Can't live anywhere with forest fires. Shit, we had one here not too long ago. I was like, damn, I don't think I ever seen a forest fire in Connecticut.
Well, you can't live in California. You can't live in pretty much anywhere on the West Coast.
Like,
Wait,
every
wait,
year,
what he
some
say? He
shit.
said, what he say about Atlanta?
Atlanta, the pride capital of America.
I think San Francisco is supposed to be the pride capital. Then comes Atlanta after that,
Probably. Yeah, you probably right. San Francisco, Atlanta,
and then
New.
Seattle. Seattle's third.
Damn, New York ain't up there. Shit.
Nah, Seattle. They got flags, the rainbow flags everywhere. They got rainbow painted intersections, like the crosswalks are rainbow painted. It's Pride
He
City out
might
here.
be Florida man. 45 minutes from Pensacola. Um, damn, I can't remember the name of the beach that was.
Let me look at where's Pensacola. I gotta look that up. Is that in the Panhandle?
It's in the Gulf.
Oh, it's in the Gulf.
Northern, yeah,
You said Northern.
yeah. I think I was like,
Oh yeah,
I
it's the
think
Panhandle.
yeah, I think, I think where I was at, I was like an hour from the Alabama line or something. Clear
They be
water
getting
from
hurricanes
dusk
out there in
till
Pensacola, right?
they had one when I was there. Yep.
Yeah, I was in a hurricane when I was in Houston. Actually, I was in a couple of them. I was in one that was pretty bad. That kind of did some damage to my house, and power was out. Man, I had to go stay with my parents for a couple weeks because they had the generator.
Yeah. New York full of crazy people, man. You ain't lying, man. It's just so many people there, though. Like, you can't get around this. Like, having that many people.
Exactly. Yep. Yep.
I gotta find this dude channel, man. Expat living overseas. Yeah, I ain't gonna be up here too much longer, y'all. Might just put it in the comments afterward. You know what I gotta start doing? I gotta get all y'all channels one by one and put them in Nightbot. So that way I could just type your name and then the channel will come up itself.
You know, this is before your time on YouTube, but back in the day, we talking like in the 2013s, 2014s, they used to have what you call I don't know if they call it subscriber parties, where basically you know, somebody just get on stream and everybody just drop their channels and everybody just, you know, they just do like everybody just subscribe to their channels.
Subscriber part. Oh, they got I see a lot of Filipino channels that do that.
Yeah, that's how I grew my channel
like
so
that.
quick.
I was about to say that. I got help. I got help with subscribers.
Well, I mean, I can't lie because
being a part of the community though. You gotta go there, you gotta be a part of the community, man.
well, you know, back in the day, O'Shea used to have panels. O'Shea Duke Jackson. And so he had me on his panel a couple times, and he shout out my channel, and I got subscribers like that. And then some of the subscriber parties, and then BGS used to shout me out. Okay. And so then I used to get like a lot of views on my channel without like any kind of no marketing or nothing. I'll just just go live, and then people would just show up out of nowhere. All these people just come check out my channel.
Yeah, and Panama City and Sleepy. Yeah, I'm getting there, but I'm not like about to pass out or nothing, but I'm getting there. I'll be up early, man. Like, it's times where I've been like, I did a stream, I was up like 26 hours just because I work. Not doing the stream, but just because the way my work schedule go. But it is what it is. He said Scambia kind of, yeah, I don't want her to drop like where she actually at. Are subscribers worth anything if they aren't watching? No, they actually hurt your channel. So don't subscribe to nobody's channel if you're not gonna watch. And if you're not gonna watch, it's better to just unsubscribe, because YouTube is gonna push your channel to them, and they're not gonna click on it, and YouTube's gonna take that as a symbol of we don't need to push this shit no further because nobody's clicking on it.
Well, but I think you need to get like 1,000 subscribers before you can go live, though, right? Is it still like that?
No, you only need 50 to go live now.
Oh, really? Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah, but the 1,000 is the ads. To get the ads, okay. It's 1,400. They even dropped the other one down, like for to get like super chats and all that stuff, you need 500 subscribers, 3,000 watch hours now. So they dropped that down. C. Smith, thank you for coming. We appreciate you. You're always welcome here. I wish Icy was in here tonight. Icy, so you can meet the ladies. You know what I mean? Icy, rose-colored glasses with Lord and Lady Logan, Wishy, Manny, Elette was in here. So hopefully next time you come back. But thank you for being here. He said, T. Marshes, I was in Queens and Brooklyn. They have a famous graveyard near the bridge in Brooklyn. Famous actors, mafias, etc., etc.
Maybe like a little bit.
He says, I feel like everyone will have a channel in the future. Andy Warhol's right. Everybody does it. You do have a channel. You on it right now. You just ain't posting content to it. You definitely got one. All you gotta do is record something and upload it. It's there. You don't gotta do nothing special. That same channel you on now. Go to the top right of your channel and hit create. And you a YouTuber. It's just that easy, man. I'm trying to get this dude I work with to start a channel, man, because he has like this thing that he can do with like movies and shows and comics and shit. Like, he don't forget any part of it. Like, he can recall movies like I said, man, you need to start a YouTube channel just talking about the movies and the cartoons and anime and shit that you like. And he's like, nah, I don't want to do. I don't want the criticism. I'm like, man, you're gonna get. I criticize you. This dude criticized you every day. You should be used to it by now. And you just don't want to do it. But I'm like, yo, that's a fucking talent, bro. Cause like I'll watch a movie, and a couple hours later, I don't remember like hardly anything about it. And I gotta watch a movie like twice, especially a movie, to remember certain things about it. But there's a lot of people like that. You don't know, Russ. Russ, I said this to you before, man. You don't know unless you put it out there. You just don't know.
Oh, there's always gonna be somebody interested in this stuff. That's the beauty of the internet, is because you're able to amalgamate an audience that you wouldn't normally have access to. Because let's just say that you're a very unique person, right? And you're like 1 in a million, right? But if there's 7.5 billion people on the planet, right? And 1 billion is 1,000 million. There's at least 7,500 people on the planet that are just like you, right? And so with the internet, now people can access you that, that might have a similar perspective as you do, and they might gravitate towards your content. So you never know.
So you're a borderline troll, Russ? You say you're a borderline troll that way, or what? Because I guarantee you, I'm not trying to pressure you into doing it, but you've been on my panel before. You would do all right. And there would definitely be people be interested in the stupidest shit. And not saying that you would come up with stupid content, but there's a live stream right now that probably has like 8,000 people watching an empty street corner.
Yep, there is. I've seen
it. Right?
Yep.
There's a live stream right now that probably has at least a couple hundred or 1,000 people watching somebody sleep.
Let me tell you how lowbrow the content is. You'll have women who will just post a video. It'll be them in their car, and they'll play a song, and they'll just lip sync the words. They're not even actually singing along. They're lip singing the words of the song. And they'll get 3,000, 5,000 views just off of that beat.
Yeah. He says,
then they'll have videos
on assumptions, but it's run by those who don't make assumptions.
Just very unique interest. Yeah, there's an audience for that, man.
Yeah, there is, and it may not start out as a lot of people at first, but like you said, one day at a time, one brick at a time, you build it.
I mean, like he says, I'm into weird shit like pondering the nature of reality. I had this discussion. Matter of fact, I used to have these discussions. Me and BGS Idmore, he has a channel, and we would have like 8-hour, 9-hour live streams, and we'd be talking after the live stream, because YouTube used to cut. We used to have Google Hangouts. They'd cut off your live stream after, I think it was like 8 or 10 hours, whatever, and we'd still be talking after the live stream is cut off on Google Hangouts. And we were talking about all kind of weird stuff, like space travel, what it actually, like asking, what is actual consciousness? What does it mean to have a consciousness? Where does the consciousness emanate from? Things like that, and yeah.
Yeah, there's something for everybody.
There's a big audience that likes to talk about, like the kind of science, I won't even say science fiction, but more like physics and metaphysical type stuff, those type of conversations. There's a big audience for that. But, you have to be able to reach your audience. So, the way the YouTube algorithm works, you have to post content pretty consistently for them to place you in feeds. And so until you're able to get placed in feeds, you have to seek alternative ways to kind of market your content, like maybe posting links on Reddit, posting links on Facebook, posting links, on sending links, to people via email or going on, Snapchat and stuff like that. And so you
I
got
ain't
to
doing
kind of do
none
the
of that
legwork to
shit.
kind of grow your
I
channel.
did it. I did it the hard way, I guess. I ain't even there yet. I haven't arrived yet. But because I really didn't take it serious until recently, to be honest. Like I used to see people doing the thumbnails and be like, that shit looks stupid. Like, you know what I'm saying? But now I'm doing thumbnails. I don't go crazy with them, but it's like, it is what it is. But yeah, I think I'm gonna get out of here, Triz, man. I appreciate you, bro. You need to start that channel back up one day. Just name it something else, and then just don't show your face. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I mean, I thought about doing the channel, but again, that's the thing. It's like, well, here's my issue, right? And I think this is what kind of distinguishes even for you. I think we're kind of in the same category, where a lot of the content creators that are successful, I find, are individuals that didn't have anything going on for themselves outside of YouTube. And so because of that, they were compelled to succeed at YouTube. They devoted themselves to content creation, and they
yeah,
who
damn.
have a life outside of YouTube, who actually have careers and are successful. There really isn't any impetus to create content because I make so much money in what I do
Yep.
now. Like it's really like no. And so I mean, I would do content, but I definitely wouldn't be on here every day. It'd be like every sporadically, which was when I had my channel. That's what I did. I did videos sporadically. There definitely wasn't any. I think total I did maybe 20 videos total when I had my channel. Um, but they were very these were thought out videos. Like I actually had concepts. I didn't just like randomly make a video. I mean, I did have some live streams that were kind of random, but some of my videos were like I did a video. This was years ago. I did a video on Roe versus Wade. I said 3 years before Roe versus Wade was repealed, I made a video. I said Roe versus Wade is going to be repealed. This is the reasons why. That was 3 years before it happened. I did videos on, on travel. Kind of like the Passport Bros, that type of content. I did videos on, I mean, just all kind of stuff on like some like what our role is, like as far as like how we contribute to some of the problems that we complain about with you have people who create mindless content, but because they're women and they leverage their physical attributes, men
Yep.
gravitate towards that content, substantiating that
Yep.
content and allowing them, or kind of compelling them to create more of it. And then men go
Yeah, I see
back then
one
and
that no
complain about
matter
that
what she
content.
talk about, she gets 70, 80,000 views, no matter what.
Exactly.
And it's like, damn, bro.
But yeah, I did a lot of concept videos, and you know, but it definitely wasn't consistent. Um,
Russ, thank you, brother. Thank you, man. I appreciate you. I really do. I truly do, man. Y'all be like this. Y'all still be getting me, man, with this shit right here. Salute,
yeah, we
Russ,
gotta we gotta show love to the
for the
we gotta show
10.
love to the super chat.
For the 10 beans. You get the TJ super chat, and I promise I'm gonna come up with another one, man. But here you go for the $10. Damn, I don't know how I almost hit the end stream button. Like trying to get back to the comments. He says, I know you're calling in tonight. Just wanted to say thank you for providing for him. Thank you, bro. He said there's some lonely dudes out here. Yeah, we all get lonely sometimes, man. You could be laying next to somebody and be lonely, you know. I hope that's not the case. It's actually Valentine's Day in America, so happy Valentine's Day to everybody. I don't really celebrate that shit, but
I
if you
definitely
do,
don't celebrate that.
if you do,
Mm-mm.
happy Valentine's Day. Yeah.
I'll be trying to avoid, Valentine's Day. Number one, everything is super expensive on Valentine's Day, and then it's like you got to.
Bro, I went to the store yesterday and it was crazy, man.
It's the worst day to
It
do
was,
anything.
yeah, I went to the store yesterday. That shit was crazy. Went right after work, try to sneak like some little shopping in. And I was like, man, never mind. This is
Hey,
crazy, bro. It's
but
just a
one thing I
day,
do like
man.
about Valentine's Day, and it's bad though, but I love getting the leftover candy or bubble gum and all that kind of crap.
Oh,
But it's all
okay.
strawberry
Yep,
flavor, which is
yep.
my favorite flavor.
Yeah, when the candy go on discount, because they got.
Yep.
He said, I'm trying to stay out of that heat. I'm in, bought the roses and candy and cards, and you going out to dinner. Salute, man. Ain't nothing wrong with it. I ain't one of those that's gonna shame anybody like some dudes. Oh, y'all simps. One, you married, so it don't matter
Yeah.
what I call you. It don't matter what I call you, bro. Two, do what makes you feel good. That's the mood I'm in today, man. Do what makes you feel good.
Well, honestly, if you're like in a marriage or a long-term relationship, I think as a man, you're kind of obligated to do so because number one, it's like a sentimental thing. It makes women feel valued, number one. But number two, you know, women have to face a lot of scrutiny when they go back to work. The questions are gonna be asked, what are you doing? Like I got there's one girl at my job, I
Yeah,
overheard
dumb
her.
shit.
She was already copping pleas because she knew she wasn't gonna do nothing for Valentine's Day. She's already talking about, yeah, I'm glad I broke up with that guy. I realized early on that he wasn't, she was already copping a plea. So that way that way that she can avoid scrutiny for not doing anything on Valentine's Day. And you don't want your woman to be in that position to where she got to answer to her coworkers and stuff like that. Because they're gonna ask, oh, what did you do on Valentine's Day? And they're not gonna be
Yeah.
able to live it down.
I mean, I'm not opposed to doing something on Valentine's Day if I, taking a woman out and having a good time. I'm not opposed to that. I'm not 100%. I don't know. It's just me. It's just me, man. Like I said, if I feel like it, I do. If I don't, I don't. But if I was married and I was with a woman and that's what she was into, and she was a good woman, you damn right I'm doing it for her. You damn right I am. Why not? If she treated me right, of course. That's what you do. But yeah, man, I'm gonna get up out of here, man. I appreciate everybody, man. Thank you guys. I do have something I wanted to do. First, let me shout out all the super chatters, man. Super Trez, appreciate you, brother, with the $9.99. TJ with the $4.99. Adam with the $1.99. Thank you. Thank you all. Surfing Life with the $1.99. And Russ with the 10 beans to wrap it up. Also, what I wanted to do tonight was to give back a little something, man, as much as I could, as much as I can. So, let me type it in this chat so y'all know I ain't BSing. I'm gonna type it and Nightbot's gonna drop what I said I was gonna do. Come on, Nightbot, don't play with me, man. Talked about this. The top chatter receives a Blizzard Abroad merch item of their choice. All right. So here we go. Who's the top chatter? Russ, Super Triz. I checked it earlier, bro. Triz, you was leading for most of the night, and then Russ came at the end, bro. It took it. So Russ, email me, man. blizzardabroad@gmail.com. blizzardabroad@gmail.com. And we'll figure out how I'm going to get that to you, man. All right? Whatever you want. Just go look in the store. I got a couple different designs of shirts and hoodies. You let me know what you want, and I'll send it out to you free of charge. I'll take care of the shipping and everything, man. So salute and thank you, bro. I appreciate you, man. All right. And with that being said, I'm going to wrap this up. Triz, thank you again, my brother. The topic of tonight was the 3 pillars of real positivity. We talked about accountability, accountability being your real power, right? And not like people think it is, where you're taking blame for everything, but you're actually taking your power back. Because if you take accountability for your actions and what's going on in your life, right, you decide what your next move is. Number 2 was forward momentum. Basically stack wins, build momentum, build your future. You build the future that you want to live. And some days you got to do it brick by brick, and that's okay, right? Take your eyes off of the vision of the building being finished and just focus on building brick by brick, man. Sometimes that's all you could do. Sometimes you can do more. And then we talked about positive mindset, not being some fantasy land that we live in. Just being able to, to struggle and get through it. Because we're all going to have bad days. We're all going to fall, right? But we will not toot it up for the world to have its way with us, right? You're going to have bad days. You're going to fail. What are you going to do about it, man? Me, I know I'm going to have bad days. But I also know that I'm going to come out the other side of it. I'm going to fail. You're going to fail, right? 99% of us can come out the other side if we have the right mental attitude. All right, man. I enjoy every live stream. I enjoy, man. I enjoy chopping it up with you guys. We're gonna take next week off like usual because I'll be on call. I'll let you. I might come up and give you guys an update on how the orientation went next week for school. But other than that, we'll be back the week after next. I'm going to do 3 streams when I come back. The week I come back, I'm going to do 3 streams. Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. You're going to see how that go. Thank you again, everybody, man. Everybody that came in here. Everybody that showed love. Everybody that liked. If you didn't like, you could do it right now. It's free of charge. Right? And we'll see you guys next time, man. Thank you. Thank you. We out on that note.
Don't confuse a message for the man that was saying with it. Some lessons meant to heal, others to build. I ain't repenting shit. Now my scars are my armor, and I'm equipped with it. Pain taught me discipline, now I move different with it. They used to call me 2 guns, now I'm mentor to her sons. Taught them how to crawl, how to walk, and how to run. And I still sit and deliver, I ain't done. Legacy in motion, newest chapters just begun.